Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. We're going to be looking at this masterpiece by the relatively young Michelangelo, created in 1507, 1505 to 1508 or so, somewhere around that era. The Tondi Madonna, or the Doni Madonna, or the Holy Family, or the Holy Family in the Round. Lots of different names for this artwork. Okay, let's see. Connected, there we go. And I just want to add this. This is what the original artwork actually looks like. It's a circular artwork. That's what right in the title there, the Doni Tondo means like the round Madonna, and so however, instead of using a circular canvas, I've kind of photoshopped it into a square here. So I know it looks a little bit different, so anyone who's wondering, especially towards the end, this is famously it's probably the most famous circular painting of all time, but I'm turning it into a rectangle just so that it makes it more accessible for people to paint at home. But certainly you can paint this in a circular manner if you should wish. Let's look at the plan for today's episode. What we're going to do is we're going to get some paint on the canvas. We're going to stain it. We're going to do the image transfer, and then we're going to stain it. Then we're going to talk briefly about Michelangelo's biography and this painting in particular, because we've done a previous one where we focused on the Sistine Chapel. So we're not going to uncover a whole bunch of new information, because this is the artwork he probably did right before he did the Sistine Chapel, and may have been one of the reasons why he was selected to do the Sistine Chapel. Then we'll probably do a little bit of an underpainting, then go to the background for a bit, foreground, background. This is going to be a long painting, so just anyone who's thinking they're planning on watching the whole thing, if I'm here for 7, 8, 9 hours tonight, I wouldn't be at all surprised. So, I know people will say, break it into 2 episodes. Ideally, it would be nice to have 1 episode, even though it's a little bit longer. And there's always the timestamps down below. You can jump to the various different places here. So, if you want to support the channel, you can just subscribe, hit the notification bell, like the video. That's certainly easy. You could just saw how I was writing out the latest updated stats for the channel. Was an extra 10,000 people over just this last 4 days that since our last episode, and yet there was like 150 subscribers. So it's almost only about 15% of the people who watch these videos actually end up subscribing to the channel. And it would change my life if even just an extra 10% of people subscribed. So if you're not already a subscriber, please do me a favor. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, which is great. Super Chat is fantastic while we're live, but YouTube takes a hefty chunk of whatever you donate. Better options, again, are PayPal or send an e-transfer, or if you want to send a check in the mail, my email address is in the description down below. Well, it's not in the description below, but it's on my website, and that link is down below, and on the Facebook group. So let's give a quick little shout out to the Facebook group here. Highly encourage you to join the Facebook group and upload your artwork to the group here, because about once a month, and so in about another 3 weeks, I'll be doing an episode where I celebrate all the work that people loaded up onto. Okay, well, I don't know what's going on here. That would be a great thing to participate if you want to if you want to get a little bit of my feedback on how to improve the art that you've been making at home, whether it's something that's like Michelangelo's artwork that we're doing today, or something else, including the drawing course I did a few years ago, which is all free here for you to watch on YouTube. Okay, so let's just jump right into it. So, our first step here is going to be to do an image transfer, to take an image and apply it onto the canvas. There's lots of different ways to do this, but I'll show you one way to do it. So we can take, you'll see that there's a link in the description below for the Dropbox folder. And, well, let me just see. Okay. Yeah, in the Dropbox folder, you'll see that there's, at the very top, basic resources to get you started with painting, including buying guide and all that kind of stuff. And then the next, I don't know, 100 folders here are for paintings that are relatively easy for a beginner painter to do. Some are a little more complex than others, of course. But I think those would give you a good way to get started. And then the next about 200 folders are for a little bit more complex paintings like today's. And we are way down, folder 117. You can see there's another like 50 or so, 60 folders below that as well. That's because we did a Michelangelo painting in the past. You can see the creation of Adam from the Sistine Chapel, but this is what we're going to be doing today, the Doni Tondo. And you'll see that there's 4 files in here. There's the original painting, and then there's the cropped, photoshopped version that I did, and then 2 versions of this outline. So I'll just show you all of that here. You can download them all to your desktop. So as I said, you've got the original artwork, the cropped, photoshopped version that I'm going to be painting, and then 2 versions of this outline that I traced using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. So you can download that, print it out on your inkjet, laserjet printer at home or work or a local print shop. So, I'll show you how to take that image and turn it into a painting. So the first thing I'm going to do is I've got this 9x12 sized canvas board. It comes usually wrapped in plastic. These are the ones I've ordered off of Amazon. I like these better than the ones you get at the dollar store. They are a little bit better. They're twice as much, so they're $2 instead of $1. The link for that is in the description below for to buy these. Anyway, take it out of the plastic, give it a gentle sanding, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over the surface, let it dry overnight. The next day, sand it again with like some 100 grit sandpaper just to smooth it down a little bit more. And that's going to make it a lot easier to paint this painting. If you've got a really highly textured surface, it'll just drive you crazy painting on it. So then I'm going to move it down just a little bit. I want to make sure there's a little bit of room on the top there for these heads. Down here is just the grass on the ground, so I feel like I could cut into that a little bit. Just want to check how straight. Okay, so next I'm going to take some graphite transfer paper or carbon transfer paper. I bought this from like a local dollar store here in Vancouver, Canada, but you should be able to find it at your local art supply store, certainly. There's a link to the description where you can buy a pack of it from Amazon. And you buy like a pack of like 100 sheets for $10, and it'll easily last you for years and years. Even what I'm doing here, painting at least once a week. So what I'll do is just sometimes a good idea is to make sure it's the right side down. We want the dark side facing the surface. Now there are a ton of lines in here, so I'm going to simplify things dramatically. Otherwise, I mean, I already said I'm going to be painting here for quite a long time tonight. So I want to try to make my life a little bit easier by not having to paint every single detail. So this, all of this drapery here is amazing, but it's also a little bit of Michelangelo showing off, right? This is, you know, like in many ways, every artist, especially at this time, is, you know, your artwork is like your business card. And if you can make a really good artwork, well, then it can lead to future work. And I think that really the success of this piece is one of the reasons why the Pope commissioned Michelangelo to paint the Sistine Chapel, because he's like, wow, if you can do that, well, then you can paint the barn for the papal horses, the stable at the Vatican, which in some ways was like an insult. We'll get into that whole thing, although I guess I've talked about it before, but it is kind of this whole situation in which this painting, or Michelangelo, is working at this time, is kind of fascinating. The intrigue and the politics within within the Vatican and the artisans working inside. The previous episode we just did last week was all about Raphael, and Raphael and Michelangelo were great rivals. They were alive and working at the same time and just down the hall from one another shortly after this painting was created. So, and I don't know how Raphael felt about Michelangelo, but Michelangelo was not a Raphael fan. I've wanted to do this painting for a while. Because it is one of my favorite paintings of all time. As are all of the works that we do here together, but this one is right up there at the top of the list. But it's also, this is, as I said, this is gonna take me a long time. This is gonna be one of the long episodes, if not the longest episode. And even then, I'll still feel like I was rushing my way through it. I'm already kind of regretting this, just doing the outline. I'm like, what have you done to yourself, Michael? This is like, especially at this scale, is kind of crazy. Because the original is 47 inches in diameter, so that makes it... How many times bigger? So 12. So roughly almost, well, about 4 times bigger at least. So, yeah. So that doesn't seem big enough when I think about it, but... Oh, goodness. All this detail, all the hair. I'm going to have to make some pretty hard decisions as to what to include and exclude here, because just... I think I'll probably just skip doing any outlining for the grass down here. That's... Okay, I think that's probably... Oh, the mountains. Oh my goodness. There's so much stuff in this painting. Okay. Oh, there's everybody in the chat. I was wondering for a few minutes there. I was like, where did everybody go? And then, and there everybody is. Pascal says, trying to remember if he did Hieronymus Bosch or other old paintings, although not sure when they were done. I haven't done Bosch, but he is on the schedule this year, so there is a Hieronymus Bosch coming up. I can't remember when. I usually try to do them on the artist's birthday, or when they died, or when one of their artworks, if there was coincided with a particular holiday or date. So, but it's in the calendar. Lisa says, Michael, this will be a serious undertaking. Yeah, you're telling me. That's right. Um, 1503 must be one of the oldest paintings we've studied. I think so. We did a Giotto, I think, which certainly would have been earlier. Leonardo probably would have been 1400s. There is some even older stuff than that coming up in a few months. In fact, there's one later on in the fall. We're going to be doing a couple of cave paintings, famous cave paintings. So, but anyway, so there's Chase there, Lolly, Pascal, Lisa. Okay, so let's move on. I love all those questions, though. It's great to think about these things. I'm also always interested in where my blind spots are and things that I haven't done that we should do and all that kind of stuff. So, let's move on. Yeah. Well, it says cave paintings. Yes. Going back to the future. Okay. Now that we've got our drawing transferred onto the canvas, let's spend a couple moments here applying the Imprimatura, our priming layer, something that I guarantee you Michelangelo would have done for this painting. So we'll look at the painting in a second, try to deduce what he did, but maybe just before that, let's just quickly talk about the paints that we're going to use for this painting. So what I'm going to use is what's called a split primary palette, and I've done this for all 300 plus painting episodes we've done so far. It's not the way that Michelangelo did this painting, but it allows us to not only paint a Michelangelo painting, but to paint, abstract painting next class, and then do a representational painting based on a photograph next class. I think this is the most dynamic set of paints that we can get. So split primary palette means we take the so-called primary colors and split them in half. So we get two of each, 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. And we've got white as well. I have a tube of black paint, but we can mix our own black using this formula. And we'll come back to that because I'll mix some black here probably pretty shortly here. So I'm not going to go through all the names of all these paints because there's a whole bunch coming up here. But this is the brand that I like to use, these Amsterdam paints. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody, and I haven't been given any free supplies or trips to Hawaii or anything. But I'm about to use this warm yellow as my Imprimatura, probably. And each of these tubes of paint costs about, depending on where you are, somewhere between 12 to 20 bucks or so. I just would try not to spend $20 on one of these tubes of paint. You should be able to find it cheaper. See, there's my black paint. So try to do a little bit of shopping around if you can. But I'm not, if you don't want to use Amsterdam, then there's golden. Let's flip through. through this as quickly as possible. I love in the chat there. As we get close to Museum Color and Peebo are out. Just say no, kids. Yeah, so these two brands here, while, you know, well known and respected, and put a disproportionate amount of white, titanium white, into their paint, which makes it impossible to mix the colors that, or at least the black, as I do here on camera. If you're painting a lot of Impressionist paintings, then maybe Peebo or Museum Color are great for you. But you'll just never be able to mix a black. It's always going to turn out to be like, not even a dark gray, kind of a mid-gray. And that's super frustrating. You guys are so funny. Lolly, wonder if the cave painters used Museum Color back in the good old days before Michael gave us advice. You're too funny. That's great. I love this. Cool. So, I'll come back to this in a moment. Let's, well, maybe just to be sure, before I jump right in, let's take a look at Michelangelo's. In fact, let's go right to the original and just see if we can see what he did here. It's going to be really hard to... These artists, like, during this period, during the Renaissance... Excuse me, hopefully I got that muted in time. Part of what the technique that Renaissance painters are doing is creating a surface that is so unified that we don't really see any breaks between brush strokes. So I mean, I'm thinking probably a bit of this color here on this thigh, this figure here. I would bet that that's probably some of his Imprimatura coming through. So I think he probably did use a brown, a rusty reddish color, maybe a little bit that we're seeing in here. I would think that might be part of his Imprimatura coming through. So obviously we're not going to use brown. I like to use this warm yellow, which is going to give us a very similar effect. Not the exact same, but similar. Or good enough, as I like to think about it. Okay, so I'm going to take this, some water. This is just some kind of like warm water from the sink. And this is the only time I ever use water, when I'm painting with acrylic paint. Let's see if this brush works. This is a brush I just recently repaired. The metal part, the ferrule, had come off the wood, and I've tried gluing it back together. It never stuck. So what I did is I took some glue and wrapped just some an old t-shirt strip here and glued the glue to the fabric and this. So hopefully that should help really glue this together. I think these bristles are... You know what? I'm gonna go for... I did this years ago to fix it, and it's still holding tight. I'm gonna go to this smoother brush, just because the smoother brush is less likely to create streaks across this surface. And this whole painting is a lot more delicate. If I was painting something that was a little bit rougher, then I think that brush would be just fine. Especially if I was going to cover it all up with very textured paint later. But of all the paintings I've done, this one is going to demand a lot of patience and subtlety. And so let's start it right here. This is less the kind of painting that I want to be experimenting with at an early stage. So I like to pick the canvas up while I'm doing this for a number of reasons. One is I find it just kind of easy to do this. I can spin it around really easy in my hands. It means also less likelihood of getting paint all over the table when I'm doing this. And I don't like getting a lot of paint on the table for a few reasons. One, obviously just potential for that paint to get on my sleeve and then for that to drag across the surface of the canvas, and that can be frustrating. Just going to wipe some of that excess off on a rag here. But the other thing is, if I've got a whole bunch of yellow on the table, then I'm going to see that every time I'm looking at my painting, and it's going to kind of infect my peripheral vision to the point where I might just start getting colors, mixing colors perhaps incorrectly because I'm misperceiving the artwork itself, because I'm getting distracted by the colors on the outer perimeter. Okay. Do I want to do anything more? I think this is probably okay. I was just thinking to myself, do I want to coat it with another color for any particular reason? Sometimes I do, like especially if I'm trying to mimic the color of paper or something. Interesting comments about the Imprimatura here. Lisa likes to paint black and red Imprimatura. Interesting. Pascal mixes up a sort of yellow ochre, but it depends on what's top. Often, sometimes I like a mix of underpainting and Imprimatura. Oops. Pascal did half and half. Bottom yellow, top sienna. No one said we have to do the whole canvas the same Imprimatura. Exactly, yeah. I mean, some artists... In fact, really when I began doing these episodes, I sometimes would do just that. I might paint one color, particularly for the sky, another for maybe the foreground, or maybe another color for the figures. And that is one way that people have not only interpreted the Imprimatura, but also the underpainting. In fact, it's quite common for people to kind of fuse those two concepts together into one step. Just for the sake of simplicity, I have been applying over the past maybe 3 years just this warm yellow over the whole thing. Just do it all at once. Just because for me, it's nice. And it's like a nice routine where I can just do it, and then the painting is kind of started and I'm in it. I've leapt in with both feet, and I'm not sort of spending the first 20 minutes kind of trying to decipher what needs to be done. Boom, it's done, and so that's just the way that I liked it. It's sort of like, you know, if you want to go swimming in the ocean, like here in Vancouver, it's kind of cold. And if you just sort of tiptoe in, you're probably more likely just to run back out. Whereas if you just run right in, dive in, get your hair wet, you're in it, it's a shock, but then your body quickly adapts. That's sort of a little bit the way that I think about this. It's just, boom, I'm in. Woo, okay, let's get going. So yeah, absolutely. There's so many different ways to do this. And so I hope it's clear throughout these episodes that there's kind of infinite ways to make a painting, even a painting like this, of which there was a particular kind of academic approach that artists would replicate over and over again, and of which I've kind of already deviated from a little bit. Yeah, that's one thing especially trying all these different paintings, I want people to know that there's so many different kinds of art, there's so many different approaches and styles and techniques, and that diversity I think is awesome, right? So hopefully that's so Pasco's talking about painting from dark to light, for sure. I mean, that's a little bit of the way Michelangelo painted. Michelangelo did often paint from the darker and then kind of lighten on top, which is a little bit of his own personal technique as well. Okay, so let's move on here. Everyone's talking about dogs and stuff in the chat now, so it's my cue to move on. Now let's take a moment while my Imprimatura is slowly drying here on the surface, just to talk a little bit about who Michelangelo was and a little bit of a background on the Doni Tondo painting, this painting that we're about to work on right here. No, that's not the right one. Yeah, okay, here we are. Let's get my tea ready here. Okay, so Michelangelo Buonarroti is born in on the 6th of March, 1475, 549 years ago. Right, so next year is his 550th birthday in 2025, and he died in 1564 at the age of 88 years old, which is great because, you know, and especially for this period of time, to live to be that old was that was very rare. And so, and like a lot of artists we've looked at, many die in their 30s, 40s, or 50s. So, in fact, the artist we looked at just last week, Raphael, died at age 37, really at just the beginning of his ascent. And so one would have imagined what would have happened had Raphael lasted even just another 20 years on top of that, let alone another 50 like Michelangelo. So Michelangelo is born here just outside of Florence. Let's zoom back out a little bit further here. So here you have this Italian peninsula here, and you've got Rome, where he ends up spending the majority of his time later on working there for the Pope. But he's from kind of this northernish Italy, and kind of close to the center, close to Florence. So, you know, back in the day in Italy, you had, Italy wasn't one country, it was like 50 small kingdoms, each vying for power, warring with one another, and Florence was one of the most powerful of those states. And it really wasn't until the 20th century where Italy was unified into one country that we think of today. So Michelangelo is sort of from the countryside here, and eventually moves to Florence, where he is becomes part of the. He basically is kind of adopted by the Medici family. I think I probably went into a lot of detail in the previous episode of Michelangelo on his youth and childhood and all of the interesting figures that he saw when he was growing up. That's actually a super fascinating story, which is, I probably mentioned this before, Medici, Godfathers. This documentary is excellent. It's from PBS, Public Broadcasting in the United States. I think it's one of the best art documentaries I remember. And, well, it's not even just about art. It's about politics and history. And but the Medicis were basically the bankers for for a lot of different people, but also for the Pope. And because of that, they had a huge amount of power and wealth, and they were the ones who really fostered the Renaissance, because they were well educated and they started to really spread very progressive ideas, and those ideas were also a big threat to a lot of other people who were in power at the time, and they were, probably one of my favorite stories coming out of this documentary that they share is just talking about how Michelangelo is adopted into the Medici family, and at a young age, he's like 10, 12 years old. He's having dinner on a regular basis with the Medicis, but also Leonardo's there, who's a little bit about 20 years older than Michelangelo. Leonardo's at that same dinner table. Galileo is at the same table, and Machiavelli is at that same table. And you could and all sorts of other interesting figures coming and going. And you could just imagine the conversations that would happen at that dinner table, where you have really some of the most important figures in politics and science and art all together talking about what's going on in the world, what they were up to that day. And yet little Michelangelo just sort of sitting there at the end of the table, like listening in on all of this, would have been just one of the most fascinating. To be a fly on the wall in that situation would have just been wild. Maybe instead of just spending this time going through the text, it might be nice just to kind of look at some of the images here. This is on the Wiki Art page, and just seeing Michelangelo's development as an artist. So Michelangelo is really became famous as a sculptor before he achieved anything as a painter. Now, he did study a little bit of painting. He had a number of great mentors growing up. Again, being a part of that Medici circle, he would have had access to whoever he really wanted to learn. But his primary love was sculpture, and not only painting, but architecture later on. So, some of his earliest works here, right? I mean, if we think of, like, what year is he born? 1475. And so this is what Michelangelo's painting when he's 12, 13 years old, right? This is what he's doing when he's 15 years old, right? This is what he's doing when he's 19 years old, right? I mean, this is what, he's 17 years old and he sculpts this. So he was, doing great work at a very young age. I mean, this is a time where if you were lucky to get into this sort of track, he's not studying all sorts of other things in junior high or high school. He's just every day getting up and working in one of these guilds, sculpture guilds, learning how to sculpt and doing that all day long. So some of Michelangelo's, really, the painting we're going to do today is really the only finished panel painting that we know of by Michelangelo. And so a panel painting means just that. It's a painting on a panel. because for the longest time, artists' paintings would be done on walls as murals or frescoes, like the Sistine Chapel. And that was great, but, you know, if you ever wanted to move, you kind of had to leave your paintings behind. So there's a growing movement of artists to paint on panels so that those can be transported. Now, that's not entirely radically innovative. Artists were often doing like altar pieces, which were made of wood, which could be moved, or if a church was on fire, that would probably be the first thing that would be grabbed and run out of the building. But to make a painting on a panel which is not an altar piece was exceptionally rare, right? So some of these, there's two other paintings that Michelangelo did on panel that whose authenticity is kind of questioned. These are them right here, this Virgin and Child with St. John and the Angels, and the Entombment, both of which are questioned. The authenticity is questioned, and also the authorship is also questioned. I wonder if we can just... So this just gives... it's really low quality, isn't it? Maybe I'll come back to this here, just so we can take a look at this painting at an earlier stage. In fact, maybe... Well, let's just... I think I've lost it now. Oh, great. Okay. That was what I was afraid of. Okay, we'll do this. Let's just do this now. Okay, so... here if we... What is this other image? So you could see that the reason why I wanted to look at this is just so we could get an idea of what Michelangelo's version of the Imprimatura would have been. You could see that it's kind of this grayish, greenish, brownish kind of color, and that it's kind of coming through other parts of the painting. So it's less like this intense yellow that I've chosen here. And I like this yellow because it is a little bit brighter. It's going to make the rest of my colors also a little bit brighter. But it's 2024, and I've got access to colors that Michelangelo never had. If Michelangelo walked into the room right now and he just saw these tubes of paint right here, he'd be just like, wow, you mean you can just squeeze that out and you got more there? Like, wow. Like, he would probably want to paint with all these bright colors, but at the time, you know, the colors you see right here is basically what he was limited to. You had a lot of reds, a lot of browns, you had some blues, you had some yellows, but for the most part, things are quite muted. So you're often painting with very earthy tones, like browns, reds, and black and gray. And then if you've got the money, you can add a little bit of blue. If you can add some yellow, but some of those like blues and yellows were not as color fast, meaning often those colors would fade over time, which is why a lot of paintings today look kind of brownish and yellow, or kind of reddishy yellows, because a lot of the bluer green colors have long since faded, or at least they're covered with varnish that has kind of, you know, aged over time in a kind of negative fashion. Okay, let's see if we can catch up here. One of the things also with Michelangelo is his exceptional drawings. Michelangelo was a great drawer, and he studied Leonardo's drawing. So Leonardo, very famous for his sketches and also his illustrations of mechanical devices that he hoped to build, most of which obviously were never built or no one ever knew about until centuries later. But Michelangelo did see some of the illustrations, including, really, many people think that this artwork was inspired by one of Leonardo's artworks. Let me just share with you. So a lot of, well, maybe I'll come back to that here in a moment. Let's just stay on track. Let's just take a look at some more of his work. So Michelangelo would often do lots of sketches in order to work on his sculptures. So again, Michelangelo's first love was sculpture, and he was good at it, right? This artwork here, the David, which he creates in over a period of a couple of years, 1501, 1504. So by the time, so he's like 29 years old when he cranks this guy out here, the David. And it is like blows people away when it is unveiled, and it becomes like one of the most celebrated works in history at the time. And immediately puts, I mean, he had already done the Pietà a few years earlier, and that's actually wasn't in order here. So he's now on the radar of the Pope, right? Everyone is like, wow, this guy is pretty good. You got to commission this. So, and when you're that good, if you're painting in Florence, well, now the Pope wants you for himself. He's like, I can't be considered to be the most powerful person in the neighborhood if the guy down the street has a better car in their driveway than mine. I have to have the best car in the neighborhood, otherwise people are going to think something's wrong, right? So if he hears that the Medici family in Florence has this incredible artist, well, that artist has to come to Rome. There's no question about it. So there's this whole battle. Okay, I don't want to get stuck in the weeds here, because that's a whole other. I did a whole project related to this artwork, the Battle of Cassina. Yeah, that's a 10-minute story. Maybe I'll talk about it maybe while I'm painting. Maybe I'll take a break at some point. But so he creates this painting that we're going to do here today, in between like 1505, 1508, and as I said, he was deeply inspired by this artwork by Leonardo da Vinci, and part of it is this kind of the triangular kind of composition that we see in this artwork, where you have these three figures all together compressed into a tight space. Let's see if do they show the sketches? No. But he had definitely, I don't know if he had seen the original or the finished painting, but he certainly saw the drawings for that, the sketches for that, and perhaps even the cartoon. And so the cartoon was the drawing that was used to transfer, just like we've done here, the drawing onto the canvas. And that was done poking little holes along all the lines. So if you imagine, me taking this and poking a whole bunch of little holes along all the lines that I wanted to do, and then taking a bag of charcoal and banging it along that surface, peeling this away, and instead of seeing little lines, we'd see little dots. And then I would just connect the dots, and I've got my image that would look exactly like the cartoon. And the cartoons could be this size, but were often much larger. That's how Michelangelo did the Sistine Chapels, using these cartoons. So anyway, Michelangelo would have seen this painting by the older Leonardo. And let me just see here. Leonardo's 15. Yeah, so Leonardo is 23 years older than Michelangelo. So, and, also dies at age 67. So, but it's during the 1490s or so where they're interacting with one another on an almost daily basis. Another super fascinating aspect about this whole painting, the Doni Tondo here, is that this sculpture was unearthed pretty much during the time that Michelangelo was working on this artwork. And so this artwork, which looks like it could have been sculpted by Michelangelo or Bernini or any other really great Renaissance sculptor was found in Rome. And some people say that Michelangelo himself was there, maybe not at the moment they found it, but while it was being excavated. I'm sure it was like a big, but this is like one of the great classical artworks of all time. And so when this comes out of the ground, Michelangelo sees this and is just like, holy smokes, that's amazing. And to think back in the day, he's like, man, this was done, maybe 2,000 years ago, 1,500 years before me. It's like, wow, look at those great masters of the past. And so a lot of people think that this artwork really inspired not the three figures in the foreground, but the figures in the background, as I'm kind of briefly mention these here. But so maybe even just, so we have these kind of figures, these nude figures in the background, which no one really knows why they're there. It's definitely an unusual thing, because you have the Holy Family, right? You have little baby Jesus here, Joseph and Mary. You have St. John the Baptist, who is sort of like the patron saint of Florence. So he often appears in all sorts of Florentine paintings of the time. But you have these naked figures in the background, which is kind of odd. Generally, in a portrait of the Holy Family, it's kind of strange to have a whole bunch of nude figures laying around in the background. Like, this is supposed to be like the most pious of pious artworks, and then you got a bunch of nudists hanging around on the background. So who are these people? No one knows. Michelangelo, who actually did a fair amount of writing that survives to this day, never wrote or explained about who these people are, which has made it, there's people who've written their entire PhDs on trying to uncover or put forth a theory as to who these figures are. Again, some people say, well, what he's doing, he's trying to make a connection to classical antiquity, to that sculpture that had been unearthed before, and sort of tying classical antiquity into this painting of the Holy Family, maybe trying to show off his ability to do nude figures as well as fabric and clothed figures. Some people say that these are the souls of the damned, or people awaiting the decision from God as to whether they're going to go to heaven or hell. Good luck. Your opinion is just as valid as anybody else's, because we really don't know what it is. As I said, I've taken these figures out, including St. John the Baptist, out of this painting, so there's just one less thing for us to have to paint. But it is super fascinating. There's also a lot of interest in the plants that are in the foreground, which also have all sorts of symbolic meaning. And artists would do that all the time, because if you're going to paint some plants as maybe just a filler for part of your artwork, well, you could choose anything. But remember, this is back in the day where majority of people are illiterate, but they can visually identify different kinds of things. And so artists throughout, for 1,000+ years, would put in different kinds of little images that someone who had attended church, on a frequent basis, would have heard certain things mentioned over and over, and be like, oh, he included that flower, that probably means ... Right, so here we have the plants in front of St. John the Baptist have aspects of both hyssop and cornflower. So this is attributed to Christ and symbolizes heaven, and while the hyssop symbols of humility of Christ, right? So right in the back, let's actually, so these Right back here is what we're just talking about. That's St. John the Baptist. There's a citron tree in the background, which represents the cedar of Lebanon. The anemone plant represents the Trinity and the Passion of Christ. So again, and clover in the foreground represents Trinity and salvation. So again, lots of symbolism. And those are, again, all those little details are things that when people are looking at an artwork for hours and hours and hours in their home, as this artwork was considered to probably have been like a marital gift from, you know, the Agnolo Doni to commemorate his marriage to Maddalena Strozzi, the daughter of the powerful Tuscan family. So while this giant artwork is hanging in someone's living room, you know, they can look at it and be like, oh, that's what that means, that's what that means, or and then those are fun things to tell your friends when they come and visit you. I just want to do a quick little continue here, just looking at some more Michelangelo artworks. I mean, just these studies of the human body are really amongst some of the greatest drawings that have ever been made. So it's probably after the completion of the Doni Tondo, this painting, that Michelangelo is commissioned to paint the Sistine Chapel. And there's all sorts of questions as to, like, why would Michelangelo, really the greatest sculptor maybe of all time, have been asked to paint really the most complex painting of all time? Right? It seems like that's kind of like if you had a really good plumber, you're like, wow, you did such a great job fixing my pipes. Could I hire you to paint the exterior of my house? The plumber would be like, what? None of that makes any sense, right? And it didn't make any sense to Michelangelo either. But probably after having seen this artwork, the Pope was like, yeah, I think you could do it. There's another rival of Michelangelo, Bramante, who is believed to have also kind of whispered to the Pope, was like, oh, you should get that young Michelangelo kid to paint the ceiling of your barn. He's really good. And Bramante might have done that specifically hoping Michelangelo would fail miserably and be humiliated and embarrassed and basically kicked out of Rome. And any commissions Michelangelo would therefore have been up for would have fallen to Bramante and kind of other friends. But needless to say, the Sistine Chapel did go very well and has obviously become one of the most famous artworks in human history. This gigantic endeavor, which took 4 or 5 years for Michelangelo to do. And yeah, it's just really one of the most remarkable achievements in human history, considering the scale of this piece and how hard it physically would have been to get up and down that scaffold in order to make it work. And also Michelangelo, during this whole time, was super frustrated because there was all sorts of disagreements with the Pope in terms of him getting paid. He was really upset that the Pope was really dragging his feet in paying him for this work. Right? You can see how huge this is. If you've ever been to the Vatican, you've seen that and just been kind of probably blown away by the scale of this thing. Of course, right on the other side of the room there was Michelangelo's chief rival, Raphael, who was painting the Pope's private library, which of course really upset Michelangelo, because he's like, why am I climbing up and down this scaffold painting this ceiling when I probably should be sculpting something? Meanwhile, you've got your little buddy over here, chatting up, hanging with you in the library, painting this lame old School of Athens painting. Not saying that it was lame, but just, I'm sure, just putting myself in Michelangelo's position. how frustrating that would have been for Michelangelo. But it was probably the creation of this painting that opened those doors for Michelangelo, for better or worse. He might have, after having finished this and then gotten the commission that he was sort of forced into, like, man, if I had known what I was getting into painting this painting, I probably would have just stuck to sculpture and not done this at all. But really, over the next, like, 30 years here, Michelangelo really just continues to crank out hit after hit after hit. Not only does he he returns to sculpture, spends a long time doing sculpture again, of course is hired again to paint the Last Judgment, another gigantic painting in the Sistine Chapel, this time not on the wall, but on the back wall. And also basically leads the renovation and redesign of St. Peter's Basilica. So if you've ever been to Rome and stood in the square where the Pope often comes out and stands on the balcony and speaks to people, that whole square was, and the Basilica, the main church there, was designed by Michelangelo himself. And so he wasn't just an incredible sculptor or an incredible painter, but was arguably one of the most important architects in during the entire Renaissance. So, often when people think of a Renaissance man, they often think of Leonardo. Leonardo is often seen as the prototypical Renaissance man, Renaissance figure. Probably, I'm sure if we Googled it right now, Leonardo would be the name that would pop up first and foremost. But I would say that Michelangelo is actually probably the best example of the Renaissance man, who was, even though he didn't have the science and math and military acumen of Leonardo, he was also a great writer, a poet. There's books of poetry that Michelangelo wrote. So, great poet, great architect, great engineer. In fact, his engineering skills to develop the basilica is amazing. And then painter and sculptor. I mean, just, a quadruple threat there for sure. I find looking at these artworks so inspiring, because it just makes me motivated to do a lot of work. So as we're getting closer to the end of Michelangelo's life, we see he starts doing all of these commissions for the tombs of the various different popes and the Medici family there. And then some of these artworks here, which are highly disputed, are they unfinished or are they finished? Many people think of them as unfinished artworks. The various slaves that he did, I think they're incredible, especially even in the state they're in right now. I believe these are in the museum that houses the David, if I recall. But I think they're really cool because they're like these figures emerging from the marble. Very strange artworks. And he stopped working on them while he was still alive. So it's not like they're unfinished because he died and they were still like in his studio. He left them like that. So one wonders, like, why? What was going on? So here's the Last Judgment, another key artwork by Michelangelo. It's in the Sistine Chapel, just full of all of these figures. And a really important part of Michelangelo's kind of style is not only painting lots of figures, but having all these figures jammed up together, climbing on top of one another, all tightly smushed in, which is pretty challenging to do. He did that in some of his sculptures, but also maybe most famously in his paintings. And it's I mean, yeah, just mind-boggling. So here we see a bunch of these sketches for some of the architecture in and around the Vatican. Okay. Just, it's absolutely one of the most incredible human beings to ever live. And unlike Raphael, everything we're seeing here was done pretty much from beginning to end by Michelangelo. Whereas Raphael, as we talked about before, had employed this huge, not huge, like maybe 15 to 30 different people, this crew to help him complete his projects. Whereas Michelangelo was like a one-man band. Let's just take a look at St. Peter's Basilica for a moment. Right, so a lot of this was designed by Michelangelo himself. Right, this entire plaza. Right, Michelangelo knew how to orchestrate a grand composition. Right, he understood, like, in order for this church to be, to be like the greatest church of all time, right, to be the center of the Christian and Catholic faith, it has to be like a, just the best of the best. And you can see sort of what the church used to look like before Michelangelo, right? It was great, but it certainly didn't have that big dome-like structure and that big plaza in front of it. And Michelangelo was the brainchild behind creating this really powerful, overwhelming, sublime even space, where when you're in it, you just feel tiny and small and insignificant. And that's important, because when you're there, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be a king or a queen, a president, prime minister, but when you walk through that area, you feel like you're just a tiny little grain of sand rolling through the desert. And that's important when the Pope comes out on his balcony and speaks, you're looking up at him on the balcony, and it's very clear as to who's in charge, right? So Michelangelo didn't decorate all these surfaces. I think he died before most of this was completed. But yeah, so here's where the Pope comes out on this little balcony, and you've probably seen images. In fact, we were talking about Andy Warhol over Christmas, and Warhol had hoped to have like a private meeting with the Pope, but ended up just sort of in a line outside the St. Peter's Basilica, kind of quickly shaking hands with the Pope. And so Warhol, like during the time when he met the Pope, was at the top of the world, but was just like any other person standing outside looking at the Pope when it came down to it. So these are Bernini's editions here. This beautiful altar here by Bernini, kind of contradicting some of the shapes that Michelangelo had done. Anyway, I just think it's just fantastic thinking about all of these incredible figures at this time in history, all gathered together working on these very similar projects. So here's the Pietà that I mentioned. Like Michelangelo, when he cranks this out, he's 22 to like 27 years old or so when he makes this. And if you've ever seen this is jaw-dropping as well. So, what an incredible figure. I've got a ton of other links here to talk about this piece, but since this painting is going to take me so long, I think I better just get on it. Okay. Lolly's going to go to sleep soon. We'll see when that happens, Lolly. You tend to say you're going to go to sleep, and then you're up here with me all night long. So don't be a zombie tomorrow. Pascal, so Michelangelo just connected all the dots. Doo-doom-ts. Yeah. He did, yeah. Doing the with the transfer of the cartoon. Okay. So our next step here is just to paint a little bit of some of the facial features and important folds in the fabric so that as we paint, we don't lose some of those details underneath subsequent layers of paint. So there's lots of different ways that people interpret the underpainting. I know that I mentioned at the beginning of the episode, some people will blend the Imprimatura and the underpainting into one artwork. I tend to kind of just split them into different things just to, for convenience purposes. So let's get some paint on the palette. And as I often will say to people, you can see how much paint I put on my palette. I put about as much paint on my palette as toothpaste on my toothbrush. I'm just going to mix a black, or just a dark color right here. This is not technically, I would use a cool yellow normally for this. But since I'm going to cover up all of this paint later on, I'm not super concerned with having like a particular color. I just want something kind of dark. You can see this is a little bit kind of browny purplish color. If I want it to be less brown or purple, I'd want to add a little bit more blue in here, because I think probably a little bit more red than any other color. Maybe even a bit of yellow. But I think this kind of purple is going to be fine. It's going to look, especially as I paint over it with some of those warmer tones, it's going to start to look kind of black anyway. So here's one of my brushes that I fixed the other day. Let's see if it will hold up. In fact, let's man, about 20 minutes before the show began, I had my back all of a sudden became super sore, to the point where I almost wondered if I might have to postpone today's episode. I took a little bit of a nap and I got up. I could hardly stand. I couldn't stand up straight. Wondering what on earth is going on. So I did a few stretches. And needless to say, we're here, but I guess that's the price you pay for getting old. the other image side by side. That brush is not quite pointy enough to drive me crazy. Also, the composition, like just the way that these figures are organized, this very dramatic pose is definitely kind of like a show-off kind of maneuver here by Michelangelo. Like, this is very unusual. And very difficult to pull off. Right, so again, it's one of those things where Michelangelo is kind of showing off to all the other artists in the neighborhood, and like, there's a new king on the block. Like, watch out, everybody. Because, like, the way this foreshortening of her arm in front of her chest like that, my goodness. Whew, okay, let's... Okay. Okay, almost done here. Alright, so these are the lines I feel like are the most important that I need in order to kind of, so that I don't lose track of anything. I think that's probably good. Okay. Kathy says, The Godfather's Renaissance. I watched them all. That's excellent. Chase says, how are you, Michael? Great. Thank you for asking. Okay. Okay. In fact, I'm just going to quickly blow dry all of this. I got a little bit of texture, which I did deliberately. Like areas where if there was a little bit of extra texture when I was painting, I just left it so that if things get covered up with paint, I should be able to see some of that texture through subsequent layers. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start with our background. As I've mentioned over the years, like I like to go from the background to the foreground and then go back to the background and then cycle through the painting. Starting that way that ideally the last brushstrokes are on the top, on the very things that are closest to us as to for us viewers, right? If you think of a painting like a window, I like to have the last things I do are the things that are closest to the window. So for this painting, obviously the background consists of, you know, the sky, these mountains, this wall, this kind of mysterious wall, and we might as well even just do the grass in the foreground. We can consider that to be part of the background as well. So let me just see, how did Michelangelo paint this sky? I mean, it is a slightly warmer sky. Obviously, there's very super limited amount of pigments that Michelangelo was painting with here. He probably did this painting with maybe 5 or 6 colors in total, right? But it's the managing of those subtle differences between colors which creates such a beautiful painting. I think I'm going to still, though, make the sky a cool... where's my white? Oh, there it is. Right there in front of me. Okay. So... where should we just take our white? And our blue. Mix this together. I overheard a few people talking about they don't like painting this warm yellow in the background because it makes the sky turn green when you start painting blue. But that's if we add white into that into the sky, we're less likely to have that yellow showing through, at least quite as much. I'm just going to add some matte, or sorry, this is glazing fluid, I guess, in here. That's going to make the color a little bit more transparent. In fact, I'm going to paint this. I'm not super worried with going over top of the lines that I've used for the figures. In fact, I'd prefer to go a little bit over the lines and leave a little gap there because we want, or at least the way that Michelangelo was painting at this stage, is he doesn't want any gaps between the colors. Right, that's a big, major feature of art at this time. Is there's no real evidence of how it was made. It all just seems to kind of, it's there, and it's kind of a mystery how it got there, kind of thing. It's all part of the genius they're trying to make us. All of these artists, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, they all want us to think of them as almost godlike in their ability to do things that, because they're hiding their work. So you can see here's my light blue, and even though there's yellow coming through, it doesn't turn green because of the white paint that's inside. Right? Had I just painted that blue right on top of the white, yeah, it would appear to be kind of greenish because the blue would seem to optically mix with the yellow. All right, so I'm just going to blow dry this. Okay. So the question is, do I want to do another coat of this? Usually I use the matte medium when I'm doing this. But one thing I find with matte medium is that it dries very quickly. Often if I'm spreading it over a larger area, it starts to get kind of tacky halfway before I've done it, and I'm spreading paint and I'm starting to peel the paint away. So I might be using my glazing fluid a little bit more frequently, just because it slows the drying time down. It also makes it a little bit more transparent, which is one of the reasons I like the matte medium. But there's some pros and cons to every material, but I'm going to experiment with matte medium. And also, I'm sure that Michelangelo would have used, I mean, obviously he's painting with oil and tempera here. Let's just take a look at these two side by side there. Yeah, you know what? I think I need to do a second coat of this blue. So, you know, I could have just put less white into my paint, or I could have put less glazing fluid into my paint so that I could just do this all at once. But there's no shame in doing it and realizing you got to do a second coat of it. In fact, I think it's probably preferable to have to just take your time and to kind of split these to dilute this color down a little bit, and therefore, because if I didn't do it enough, then maybe if I had gone too far, then I wouldn't have been happy with that either. So this sort of, so that's great. I think I'm going to come back and glaze a slightly darker color up top and kind of just bring that color down. So line made its way in there. Yeah, I was just debating, do I want to start painting this stuff in? Maybe I could actually mix this greenish color down here so I can just get that started. It's actually a bit more of a brown, isn't it? So that's going to be a warmish brown color. So let's just take our warm yellow, a bit of warm red, a bit of warm blue. Is that too red? So, you know, when people were talking about splitting the Imprimatura into two different elements, this might be, you know, we could have done. I mean, we could even have just put the blue in the sky. See, I find painting like this really fun. Like, trying to get... You know what? I'm gonna make her knee, her clothes end right there. So, you know, if you had a workshop, this is the kind of stuff you would have your assistants doing for you. You might sketch the whole thing out. You might even get them to do the transfer. You probably would get them to do the transfer. And then you'd have them do all the various different steps. And depending on how much responsibility you gave them, you may be observing the actual mixing of the paint and the application of the paint, and then you go, okay, finish all that up, finish that sky. I'm gonna go have lunch with so-and-so. I'll be back in an hour. Expect that whole thing to be painted in nice and evenly. Just realized I missed part of Joseph's robe there. Let's just take a look at the original. So you can see what I've done is I've omitted just right now this little bit of fabric here, that blue that was going off scene. And also I accidentally omitted this little bit of Joseph's. Do I want to bring that back? If I want to bring it back, I got to do it right now, Michael. Or do I like them like this? I suspect what Michelangelo is doing, that flattens the figures outwards. Whereas right now I'm kind of consolidating them together. You know, I know in the grand scheme of things, it's like totally irrelevant, probably to most people. Oh no, my microphone fell down. I was noticing. Okay, one second. Oh no. Well, hopefully the audio wasn't too bad. Especially because I was just looking at some comments on the Facebook group about the audio from previous drawing classes. So, let me know if you notice the audio is particularly bad this episode so far. Or if you hear any improvement or difference at all with, if you're kind of like, man, it sounds pretty loud, I can't really hear him. That is upsetting. Okay, now I'm going to blow dry. I will blow all dry on this. Yeah, so I decided I'm just going to omit those pieces here. So we'll see if that makes any difference later on. I mean, I can see... I could put them if I really needed to bring them back, but I think part of what those things do, though, is they definitely feel like they ground the figures, which is an important part of this painting. You know, they're sitting on the grass for specific reasons, to make them really look like they're part of the earth. Anyway. Let's go back to... I think I'm probably good for this brush. Let's clean this one. Okay, so I just added more blue, more cool blue to my mixture. Doesn't look great, but let's just keep going forward. Okay. That's a big step, Michael. That's a big step. Very blue. Makes it harder to do a transition when you just take a big leap forward like that. So I'm just using glazing fluid right out of the jar there to help me. Oops, okay, let's blow dry that. So, I don't see any comments in the chat about my microphone. There's a bunch of people watching, but no one mentioned anything about the audio having any issues, so that's, I guess, a good thing. I'm going to take this same color and just do another. That's okay. That's pretty good. That's much more even. Even kind of filled in some of the areas where I had erred earlier. Okay. Let's do a little bit of the mountains down here. I'm just putting the handout right next to me here so that I can see where is this. let's try that. I mean, is the audio working? It's always weird when no one puts anything in the chat after 100 questions and things in the chat, and then there's nothing. So I'm just going to keep painting, assuming things are going well. But, in fact, you know what? I'm going to... Let's add a tiny bit of... Well, you know, let's add just a bit more cool blue. Oh, Lolly says the audio is good there. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Lolly. Sometimes I just do things and then I have a conversation with my brain immediately afterwards, like, were you thinking at all when that happened, or was that just an accident? Like, what's actually going on in there? Is there actually anything going on in there? Yeah, I figured nothing. Yeah, that's right. Paul says maybe you could have a chair to sit on. The long hours standing might be causing you back pain. I do. I have a chair right there that I do sit down on occasionally on these streams. Not often, but left that alone. let's do that back wall next here. So let's mix this brown up again. Let's start with the top of the wall. So I was going to put a darker color here, but you know what? I'm just going to paint this and then come back and darken it, which just to move everything along as quickly as possible. In fact, I wonder if I can turn this into a black. Some cool yellow. Is that purple? I'm just putting some yellow in there. Kind of brown like. Let's take a bit more. Pascal says cool background colors. Reminds me of one with sunflowers. Sunflowers. You mean like a Van Gogh sunflower? Which one did we use? Had sunflowers like that. Huh. Okay, let's get some grass in here. So let's take our warm yellow and some warm red. Turn this into a green. That's a bit too much. Let's put a bit more. Too transparent. Okay, so let's gotta make this more opaque. Let's take more blue, more yellow. So this is, I'm not sure how well this is showing up on camera, but you know, now I've got this very thin layer of green over top of this brown, which really complicates that surface. Makes it a really interesting kind of visually kind of it still kind of looks brown, but it looks green. Which is, you know, very much how these artists of the time would have worked. Lots of these very thin layers of paint. Pascal says, the third Arles sunflower painting that Van Gogh did has this background with this yellow at the bottom and the top with that light blue. Of course, the different texture at the center. Huh, interesting. But, you know, artists do that kind of stuff all the time. They might, like Van Gogh doing something totally different than Michelangelo, but being like, you know what, I like that color combination. In the same way you could like look at a flag and be like, okay, I like the yellow here and the blue there. I'm going to kind of use that as inspiration for kind of my basic compositional colors. But the final painting looks nothing like, let's say, the Ukrainian flag or something, right? Since I'm just on top of my mind. I'll put the... You're having a hard time finding the Dropbox, Paula. Let's, put it there in the chat for you. Again, all those links are in the Facebook page, so just go to the Facebook page, like, right, let's say we'll just go to the, right, all of the videos that we're doing are always at the very, very top of the Facebook page, and so you just have to click on that. Here's the link where you can click on the video itself, and then the folder that things are in, you click on that, and it takes us right to the Dropbox folder. And we're here, Doni Tondo, sorry. And there's your files, Paula. Okay. So you need to blow dry a bunch of this stuff here. Let's take a little bit of this warm blue. Oops. Took a bit of my warm blue, mix it into this mixture. Maybe let's just go a little bit heavier. do this wall. Not really sure what I'm doing here. Hmm. Kind of turning these in, this into some sort of like rocky face, but then why is it so straight, Michael? Let's blow dry this. blow dry that. So, obviously, I'm taking a bit of a departure from the original here. I mean, I photoshopped out all those figures there. The original, I don't know what they're sitting on this wall, or it's like a rocky wall, or they sort of look like they've been carved. I'm not really sure what's going on back there. So, I'll just leave that for now. Take a lot more white. I'm gonna have to do something with that. I think what I'm going to do is just kind of quickly paint some lines over here. And then I'm going to move on to the figures. But just in order to... I think I'll probably glaze on top of this at some point to just make this kind of less visible. Well, I guess I'm in good company here because no one knows what Michelangelo was doing when he did this background to begin with, so. This looks more like a fence than a wall. Yeah. Ah! Okay. Well, that's, if I wanted to do the painting again, I would have done something different, but I'm in it. Let's just keep moving forward. I'm just going to blow dry this. What if I take a bit of this purple color? The light is coming from the left side of the paint. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, we'll just have to let that go. Let's blow dry it. Okay, so now that we've got the background started, I'm not super happy with everything going on there, but, you know, let's just keep on moving forward. I plan on coming back to the background later. So maybe as I resolve more of the figures, I might look at the background and be like, yeah, actually that works fine. No, I don't, why was I so upset before? No, I'm not really upset, but just sometimes just moving on and coming, you know, all of a sudden that stuff in the background, I'm like, yeah, actually, no, I like that, no problem. That's what I'm hoping. Let's knock on some plastic, rubber mat, and then we'll see. Or maybe I look at it and be like, oh my goodness, it's even worse than I thought it was. That's possible. Let's hope though that it improves without me actually doing anything to it as I work on other things, such as the figures. And speaking of which, where should we begin? Now that we're going to work in the foreground, what needs... Probably should go right to the... Well, I was going to say I should go right to the skin, because I got all this yellow, but even just getting the skin tones quote-unquote correct is kind of tricky when there's so much yellow. Having said that, again, I'm probably going to have to go do the skin a few times. Well, probably that's where I'm going to end up spending that and the fabric, where I'll probably spend the majority of my time. So you know what? Let's just mix big... a lot of skin tone right now. And there are slightly different skin tones between all of them as well, so that also complicates things. So let's take a bunch of this yellow. I'm going to put it right here with my brown. Take some red. Let's get this bright orange. Oops. Bright orange. And blue, put that in there together. Let's see, side by side, how light? It's much lighter. Let's take all that white. Okay, I'm having a bit of a question. Michelangelo tended to kind of start dark and then lighten. Do I want to do that myself, though? It's not typically how I paint. I tend to kind of start in the middle and then darken and then lighten. Michelangelo tended to go the other way. Let's go kind of towards the center, but a little bit darker than I typically go. Okay. So I mixed up that color. Just gonna get a bunch of it off my brush and make a little glob of it there. Let's mix this together. So, you know, I'm trying to incorporate a little bit of Michelangelo's method into my own, which, you know, is what I'm always trying to do. But, you know, sometimes someone else's method is very different than my own. And so what I like about doing all of these episodes is, you know, it gives me an opportunity to try something out that might be a little bit out of my comfort zone. And maybe I learn something that I've never done before and go like, wow, why didn't I do this earlier? This makes so much more sense. It's so much easier. Or I try it and go like, well, I'm glad I did that. I'm probably going to stick with the way I do things. So, you never know until you do it. what your results are going to be. Cannot forget those little toes of Mary's popping out underneath the blanket there. When I was doing the outline, I'm like, I bet you I'm going to forget those toes. So just try not to forget them. Okay. Might blow dry this real quick here. I'm going to do a second coat mostly on Joseph's face here, Jesus' father. Partly because there was a lot of blue that got onto his forehead, but also his skin tone and the way Michelangelo's painted it is darker. Which also just allows, helps kind of create a differentiation between him and, Mary. And Jesus there. Okay. I think I'll leave the skin like that for a moment. Let's move on, and I'm going to paint fabric in, or just get the beginnings of it in place here. Where should we start? Let's do... let's do Joseph's clothes next. He's got this kind of dark Prussian... in fact, I'm going to come back to my purple here. So this was warm yellow, warm red, and cool blue. This is probably going to look really dark on this yellow. Yeah. So you can see how dark that appears. I'm just going to take that color. Okay, let's move on to this fabric. That is wild. Like, what are we looking at here? Like, that is so gorgeous. Like, what a beautiful... Like, he's totally boasting here. That... Let's look at this here. This kind of... It almost has like a silky quality. Bright yellow that turns into an orange and then deep red. Wow. Okay. How would you have done that, Michelangelo? So is he starting with a yellow and then darkening it? Or is he starting with a red and lightening it? I would suspect even... How is he doing that? I think he's probably going about half and half. So let's mix that orange. So let's take our warm yellow, tiny bit of, oops. So this is like warm yellow, tiny bit of warm red in here. And I'm even going to put a bit of white. I'm adding that white so that when I paint over top of some of those darker colors, it helps block them out a little bit. You know what? I'm just going to cover this whole thing. I was going to sort of do it in 2 stages, but I want to, you know, this painting is complex enough. Let's just do the, take the, we're already on a very scenic route. I don't think we need to get off on a side street here. Let's just... Okay, let's do some pinks. Let's take a look at what pink is that. It I'm going to go for a bit more of a cooler pink. Let's take some of our white and cool pink. I think in the shadows it gets warmer. Ah, this is green. Man, he's got doing a lot of stuff in this picture. I mean, as I said before, there's a bit of showing off going on here for sure. I mean, he's probably Michelangelo's, you know, a little bit like, I want to show people that I'm not just a great sculptor, but I can make great paintings as well, and I could get all the big commissions that all the other artists are getting. And then his reward is the Sistine Chapel, of which he's like, oh man, why did I open my big mouth? And I think that's, you know, it's what Bramante was kind of hoping for. He's like, here's this kid, well, he's in his early 30s now, who's trying to kind of make a name for himself, thinks he's not only the best sculptor on earth, but also that he's a better painter than the rest of us. So you know what? Let's, you think you're so great? Well, let's see what you're made of, kid. I'll talk to the Pope and I'll get the biggest commission in the world for you. You're gonna fall flat on your face, humiliate yourself, and then you'll go slinking back to Florence, tail between your legs, and that'll teach you a lesson. Stay within your lane. Leave the big papal commissions to the big boys. That'll teach you to try to show us all up. And obviously we know how all that turned out. Michelangelo did a pretty good job. Okay. Let's do this green again. It's, oops, warm blue, warm green. Actually, you know what? Maybe my instinct to use, or how I accidentally used cool blue. Yeah, I think that's actually closer. Let's start out with this really wild, cool green. And then we can add warmer colors on top of it later. Although okay. I'll take some white. White and warm blue. There's Jahash says, hey everyone, good morning. Good morning. As the sun sets here, the sun rises on the other side of the world. You look at this and think about how long we've been working, and you're like, I don't even think I'm halfway. So, there we go. Okay. You know, I just want to take a second to look at there we are. Okay, I just wanted to take a look at this Michelangelo. Just looking at how he's working here in different stages. You could see how, like, artists back in the day would create, like, puzzle pieces, right? Lay one big flat color in, and then, like, you can see how this arm here hasn't even been touched, right? That's the Imprimatura coming right through. I've seen we looked at different version of this. It has much more of a orangey yellowish quality, so that could be just the way it's photographed, or so, you know, I'm pretty confident that, like, at some point while Michelangelo was working on the painting, it looked similar to this, right? You have these kind of puzzle pieces of color that are just kind of blocked in, and then he would just kind of go and spend like 3 or 4 days just doing one chunk, probably with the same colors, blocking those off, and then spent like another week on this part of the fabric, and then might paint for a little bit, and then wait for this while this is drying, work on the sky and the mountains, and then come back and chisel everything together. Okay. Let's do the faces, or a little bit of that anyway. So in fact, I need to darken this down even more. Let's take a bit of warm red, warm blue, to get an even darker skin color here. Okay. Ah. So, you know, I'm kind of mostly just sort of painting over all of these, the body, but just slightly darker in some places than others. It's also, as I'm doing this, I'm not making radical changes, but it does give me an opportunity to look closer at those parts of the body than I have at any other time. So it's just sort of, it's like a bit of like research almost, like I'm just kind of figuring things out a little bit. Okay. Grab a little snack here. Okay, I just need to feed the beast inside. So, I think we can darken that even more. I think it's about time that I made a black here. Where should we do this? Right here. Let's take our cool yellow, cool blue, mix that, and then warm red. And all these colors are going to cancel each other out. Right now it looks a little bit more on the brown side, meaning I think I need a little bit more cool blue. I think that's pretty good. So I'm going to come back to this here. It's just that's a bit darker than I was planning. No problem, we'll keep that there. Stars Motive 98 says, hello, please reply, sir. Hi, sir. Can I start drawing on print papers? How many years it took you to learn art? Can you draw on print paper? Yeah, you can draw on any kind of paper. You can draw on sand with a stick. You don't need paper at all. How many years did it take me to learn art? I'm still learning. I'm learning at this exact moment. Making art is like a never-ending journey, which sounds kind of maybe depressing or sad, but I think this is the best thing I could possibly ever imagine doing with my time, is learning art, teaching myself new things. I mean, I think if you're not growing, you're dying, right? And every artwork should be teaching you something, should be part of the learning process. And I don't want to be in a situation where I feel like I've learned it all and there's nothing new for me to learn. That would be probably the day that I die. You know, I think that's, every artist is like that. Always kind of like, oh man, I wish I knew that 5 years ago. I wish I knew that 10 years ago. And because we're always learning, there's always new things to learn. And that's a good thing. I think that's a really good thing to be in that situation. So yeah, I mean, it just depends on what you want to do. Like, I'm trying to think of, I mean, learning to make art isn't just like learning to ride a bicycle. It's not like Okay, I've learned it. I must be you know, like you learn to ride a bicycle, and then you can ride a bicycle around your neighborhood. But if you want to then take your bicycle and enter into a competition and compete with other cyclists, well, then that could take you another 10 years to really get really good at cycling. Same sort of thing with painting or art. Yeah, you could learn the basics in a couple of hours. But if you want to get better, then you're going to have to put more and more practice and more time in. I mean, just think about anything that you're good at doing. Did you do it in a couple of days, a couple of hours, or has it been something that has taken you a lifetime to achieve, right? Probably took a while. And that's usually a good thing. Like this, that, again, that I'd rather be learning this and getting better and better and better over the decades than have just figured it out really quickly. All the best things in life require time and commitment in order to grow. But great question. How many years did it take to get to the level you're at right now? I don't know. It's taken me since the very first time I started painting until this exact moment. I'm a better painter now than I was a couple of hours ago. So, I don't know, I've been painting for 40 years or more. I'm how old? I don't even know how old I am. 47, 46. So, 46 years, 47 years, however old I am. I mean, yeah. So, I'm sure some people could do it faster. If I knew everything I knew now and started right now, I could probably cut 20 years out of that process because I would know exactly what to do and what to not waste my time on. But I'm glad for all those experiences. AMD Abdullah says, "Hello, sir. Good morning. How's your day going?" It's going good. Yeah, it's been a good day. I have a bit of a sore back today, but I'm still able to breathe, and so that's pretty good. Right? I'm still alive. Haven't died yet. So every day I'm above ground is a good day. I appreciate the question, though. Thank you. Okay, let's go back in here. This darker brown. Star says, "Sir, I've watched your videos. It's just amazing. I'm in love with your talent, and you are my inspiration. Keep going, sir." Oh, thank you for saying that. That's so sweet. Wow, that is. I really. That's. Thank you so much. I really. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you. Whereabouts are you watching from right now, Stars? I really appreciate you saying something like that. That's very kind. Yoda Man says, "I will be this good with drawing once I finish your 2020 40-day video drawing course. How good are you? How good are you IRL students?" What is IRL? I really love students. Is that how good are you IRLs? Star says, "Why don't you create shorts like Jadokar? It will give you much more reach on YouTube." Yeah, eventually I'll do stuff like that. I appreciate the suggestion for absolutely. I'm not really at the moment. I'm not really trying to. I'm not putting much effort into doing things like that. I'm more at the moment into just creating, and I think, you know, at some point I'll probably spend a little more time working on the algorithm and all that kind of stuff. But a few years ago I was doing a project where I was really trying to get a lot of, I was trying to do a video every day, and I was really caught up in trying to get views and that kind of stuff, and it was really a lot of work, really exhausting. And I guess that was like 10 years ago. And I sort of just got to a place in life where, you know, I'm not really being rich and famous is not really a priority or even something that interests me. Like I just want to do what I want to do, and if people want to watch, makes me happy. If people don't want to watch, that's okay too. Which feels, for me, is sort of much more healthy with just the way, for just me personally. I'm not saying it, no judgment as to how other people want to organize their lives. It just, this is where I'm at the moment. I mean, it'd be nice if more people watched, and I'm sure I would make more money, but I don't need that external validation to feel like to feel better about myself, or you know, I have a 4-year-old daughter, and as long as she's happy and healthy and safe, then I feel like I'm doing I'm fulfilling my purpose in life. And so you know, when I was much younger, when I was in my 20s, I was really obsessed with trying to make money and achieve all these goals in life. And the weirdest thing is I achieved most of them. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars making art, and it didn't make me very happy. You know, like, you know, on my YouTube channel, you can see there's a video where I'm in a fighter plane making art, and which was, you know, something I had wanted to do for, you know, like 10 years, and I worked on that project for a long time. And the weirdest thing is, as soon as I got out of that plane, it was kind of like, huh, that's it? Here, it's like I climbed the mountain that I've always wanted to climb, and I got to the top and was like, okay. And so I realized, like, true happiness, and it comes from inside, not from outside. So, but I you know, Yoda Man says, sorry for not saying hi. Oh, don't worry. You're just very polite. I appreciate that. Abdullah says, sir, today I will learn drawing class number 35. Wow, you're really going through the whole thing. That's so exciting. Wow. And you're so, after this class, you're so excited. Wow. Well, I'm going to be painting this probably for another 4 hours. So you could probably watch 2 episodes, 3 episodes maybe, and I'll still be working on this painting tonight. So if you're waiting for me to finish, you could be waiting for a while tonight. This is just one of these paintings that's a little bit complicated. So yeah, if you're welcome to kind of go watch that and come back and see where I'm at, and you'll probably be like, that's all you got done? I did 2 of your classes. Wow. Star says, which is your most adorable artwork, and can you please show us? My most adorable artwork. Uh, well, my website is down below, and the link to down below. And you can see on my website there's lots of paintings. Pretty much everything that's on my website I really like. But that doesn't mean everything I create I like. Some stuff I do not so happy with. So if I don't like it, I probably am not sharing it with the world. Keep it to myself. Yeah. So yeah, well, my website is down below. You can check out all that. And so that's all the stuff that I really like that I've done. Also, you know, most of these episodes I've done, I like what I was able to do. So that's pretty satisfying. Yeah. Yodaman says, thanks for sharing your story with success. It resonated with me and made me want to re-examine my priorities. Wow. That's amazing. I mean, I think it's... Sometimes you have to go through those experiences and yourself. Like, I've heard people talking about stuff like that at hundreds of times. And it's like, well, yeah, I get it. Sure, but it's only until you have those experiences that something clicks. And yeah, I mean, I think that's the great thing and the frustrating thing about life is it's hard to learn lessons unless you do it yourself. The same sort of thing with painting. Like, I can watch somebody doing something on the internet and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. That's pretty straightforward, pretty easy. And then you try doing it yourself and you're like, oh my goodness, this is a lot harder than I thought. It looks so easy. And I'm sure some people say that, but people say that about what I do all the time. Like, oh man, it looks easy, but then I try doing it and it's way more difficult. You know, and I think that's the good thing with life in many ways, right? Okay. I want to go back to the background here for a bit, and I want to just finish maybe the mountains back there. Maybe even start a little bit of the grass. Because once I want to get that locked in so that if I can then paint overlapping any of those lines in the background, so that they're not kind of overlapping in the foreground. So there's not a lot here for me to do, but I do want to, let's say, work on these mountains to start here. So what color is that? Let's get a little bit of... Well, you know what? Let's just stay with the cool blue. In fact, I got this cool blue with maybe a little bit of black on here. I want that cool blue because the cool blue recedes. It seems to go backwards. So having a little bit of that here, we want to keep that background in the back, right? So I'm just doing a little, super subtle. Okay. So it looks better in person than it does on camera. Let's go across. Star says, not much editing will require, sir. The artwork and hard work you do can just grab the glimpse of it and make it speedy and make a short video out of it and can just upload it, even for this video. Totally, yes, absolutely. It wouldn't take me much time at all to edit something together and upload it, and I'm sure they would do really, really well. But that would take away from the time that I spend doing this. And at the moment, I'd rather do this, you know? And it would be nice if, it's one of those things. Yes, of course, if I did edit those videos together, there'd be more people that would watch, and it would give me more money, and then I could just do this all the time. But I'm just, at the moment, pretty content to do this. And I know it would make probably people's lives, watching, because I don't expect anybody to spend 5-8 hours watching any of these videos. I know very few people do. Some people just have it on while they're painting. But I also... And so people can always just jump ahead to the part that they want to see. And so, yeah. Your priorities will not change. You will become more efficient. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I certainly appreciate the advice and the feedback. And, yeah. Eventually... I probably won't have this studio forever. So while I have this studio, I want to do as much work. I want to use it as much as possible. And then if I ever have to move, then I'll have everything on hard drives and I can edit it together later on. So, because that's just where I'm at right now. But yeah, I appreciate the advice for sure. It's really good advice too. Thank you. Okay. Again, what we're seeing here is just all sorts of craziness that I photoshopped in. Right, the original has these people right here, so I've obviously cut them right out, including St. John the Baptist down there in the bottom. So that's why it kind of looks all weird and strange there. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry this. I'm going to take a bit of yellow. Oops. A bit of this cool yellow, just bring a bit more of it. Just a tad of warm yellow, actually. Sora says, "You're great. I'm enjoying the process. I hope I could do it someday." You sure could. Yeah, I mean, I'm no master. I'm no genius. I'm not anything. I'm not a particularly special person. So, that's part of like why I'm doing all this too. Is like, I want to be able to share with people the artistic process so that they themselves can try to do what I'm doing here and be able to do it with, because what I'm doing right now, I never really learned. I mean, I learned from some teachers, but a lot of the stuff I had to teach myself how to do. I had to do a lot of research, and it was really time consuming, and it's all stuff I wish I knew when I was much younger. So it's like, I'd rather, before I leave this planet, leave something that might help other people, save some other people a little bit of time. And so hopefully that helps kind of, if you were to start right now, it would probably save you, if you just paint along with me and some of the paintings I've done, you'd probably get really good within a matter of a couple of years. Wouldn't take that long. And obviously you'd probably look at other artists and find other methods and techniques, and you might prefer their technique over mine, and that's great. That would be good. Star says, what is the average time per day you spend on drawing? I probably spend about 4 to 6 hours every day actively working on art. It's hard to spend more than that, because then I can burn out pretty quick. So I have to, because otherwise I just need to take a break like every 45 minutes to an hour, have a little snack, watch some YouTube or whatever. Otherwise it's just too much. So, yeah. I know some people who can work all day long from like 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., barely take a break. For me, that's too much. I need more time just to kind of... Otherwise, yeah, I'll lose too much. I don't have that much brain power, really, quite frankly. Okay. Let's see about the grass and things down there. I think, I've got this brown that I made for like the hair and all that kind of stuff. I think I'm just going to use that same color down here in the grass. Excuse me, sorry, it snuck up on me. Oh. There's Lolly's back cheering you on to the finish. I can't wait to see the end result. Well, I still probably got about 3.5, 4 hours to go, so feel free to come back a little bit later because I've still got so much work to do. You know, it's all of this kind of little detail that is very time-consuming and not a lot of fun to do. Not very satisfying in the moment, but really is really important. And if I get sloppy, which I'm kind of on the verge of doing it, it will really take away from the overall painting. So, you know, it's kind of one of these things where you just kind of bite the bullet and do it. And all of that work pays off. And it's kind of unsung work. It's work that maybe people, when they look at the painting, don't even think about, don't really spend much time looking at. But without it, it just all falls apart. You know, it's sort of like the, you know, background actors in a movie, or, you know, the guy that rigs the lights on a movie, or the background singers in a band. You know, don't get a lot of credit. Probably you only ever notice them if they do something wrong. But they play a hugely important role that makes the rest of the painting really shine. So it's just a matter of giving it some focus. Now it's probable that I want to put some kind of going in front of her at some point here. But there's no point in doing that now because it's just going to get painted over and out, so I'm just going to, you know, kind of get this started, and I'm going to come back later on. Oh, the question earlier was like, what is the oldest painting that I've done? I said Giotto, but I think I was thinking of Fra Angelico. And so that Touch Me Not, I'm not sure when that's got to be mid 1400s. Like, when would that be? Let's say, let me look it up. $1441. That's okay. So that's probably the oldest painting I've done as part of this series, now that I think about it. Well, he says, it seems like you've taken on a huge undertaking here. So much detail in this one. You're still going. Part of why we love you. No, why wouldn't I want to watch you paint? It's the best bit. You're a painting machine. So impressive. I could never do what you do. You're awesome. Well, you're very sweet, Lolly. You're very sweet. I appreciate that. I mean, I guarantee you that Michelangelo probably spent maybe at least a couple of weeks on this grass. Right? So just imagine all the time I've spent today, multiply that by maybe 7 or 8 just to do what I'm doing right now. Obviously, the original painting is much larger. It's, I say, 47 inches in diameter, 47.5 inches in diameter, so pretty much as wide as you can stretch your arms as the original. So it would have taken him, obviously there's a lot more canvas to paint. But the benefit of that too is it makes it easier to do all of this detail. Not that he's sloppy up close, but it's just, you know, he could have done little marks like this for grass and rocks, and when you step back just a few feet, it just looks amazing. Versus for this to look amazing, you gotta stand on the opposite side of the room. So that's good, yeah. Well, he says, yeah, I remember that one. Who's one of the oldest well-known artists? Isn't it that Dutch guy, Van Eyck? Yeah, well, Van Eyck is kind of around, he's like the part of the Northern Renaissance. We are doing a Van Eyck painting. I don't know exactly when offhand, but so Van Eyck is 1380 or 1390 to 1441. So that's interesting. I thought he was a little bit later than that. So definitely I mean, he's dead by the time Leonardo's born. Leonardo's 1452 is when he's born. Yeah, so, huh. Goes to show you how much I know. So yeah, Van Eyck would be certainly one of the first. I thought I didn't. That's some interesting. I thought he would. Wow. But he would have been, yeah, one of the first Renaissance painters, or the first big Renaissance painter, I would say. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm ready to move on from that background. Let's just blow dry this for... Okay. Yeah. So... let's, what should I do next? I am really compelled to get the faces. You know, I want to do some fabric. That's basically that's one area I've only really kind of just started. So that would probably feel also very satisfying if I could get that to the same level as everything else. Even though I really want to do a little bit more in the faces and stuff, I think there feels like this big empty hole in the middle that hasn't been touched. Okay, so let's again work our way from the background. Let's go back to Joseph's shirt here. So we'll do Joseph's shirt, then Joseph's pants, and then we'll do Mary's top, the green and the blue. So always sort of working from background to foreground. So that blue, I think, yeah, we got our black, we got, need a little bit more of each blue here. So I'm basically making like a cobalt blue. This is cool blue and warm blue together. We'll take some of our black, mix that in. It gives us this really dark color. Now that I think there must have been some white that I'm just mixing in, which is fine. Sometimes if that had happened, I'd be like, ah! But actually that makes it kind of a nice kind of dark gray, which is really actually just perfect for what we need here. I'm going to add a little bit of glazing fluid just to make this a bit more fluid-like. Because, you know, we've been painting, what, for 4.5 hours, and some of this paint's pretty sticky, so this just wakes it up a bit. And let's go to a smaller brush. I was just going to do all the darker values with this color, but I like how it looks, so... Obviously putting this here, I just basically completely obliterated all my pencil lines, etc. I don't think I did any underpainting in here, so obviously that would have helped, but... We'll fudge this together. That's actually kind of nice. The solidity of that shape is kind of satisfying. And I would say that about, like, everything in this painting. The solidity of all of those forms in here is really very attractive. Like even the bodies of Michelangelo's figures, everything is has a density of mass, and that's probably because of the way that that's sfumato technique that he learned from Leonardo, that soft rounding of the forms, those values. Just everything has like a, you know, like that illusionistic volume. It feels there's a weight to those forms. he says, I was just thinking that it looks better already, just a little bit of solid color on his shirt. Yeah, sometimes just that little bit of little something can make a huge difference in a painting, hey? Okay, so I'm just going to take my black. Maybe I'll take a bit of this blue, mix it in with my black. Or maybe I should just mix the, yeah. Let's bring the original back up. So, you know, on camera this looks pretty bright, but for me, it's so dark that I have to kind of move my hand out of the way to see what I'm actually doing here. Because I've got all these lights brightening everything up. Where we've got this Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid there. Just take my brush, go into this, take a bit of that. So I want like a in-between, just a darker color, but not quite as dark. Still Let's get a bit darker than that. Okay, I need some white. We're going to go the opposite direction now. Let's take some of this white. Go back over here. So normally I blow dry in between these layers, and I'm probably going to regret it. But I'm just trying to move as quickly as possible. Just get stuff accomplished here. So it's a little bit like painting with oil paint. When you're painting with, two slightly wet paints, I can kind of blend them a little bit. See, that's the point where the paint says, nope, you may not pass. Sorry, probably my head was in the way there. Okay, so let's just blow dry that. Okay, I might just have to leave it like that for right now. Maybe just take a bit of this darker color. Okay, now I think probably maybe the trickiest part of this whole painting is pulling off this kind of cape, or the kind of satiny, iridescent, reddish / yellow / orange robe. Oh, and look at all the comments Lolly's got here. I was reading about Michelangelo and his apparent hidden anatomy paintings within the Sistine Chapel. I don't know about that. I didn't know about. Do you believe those theories, Michael, that he had hidden messages? Or is it a coincidence and us just looking too far into it when we see brains and eyes and stuff? And it's definitely interesting, though. I could imagine him doing it. He's too smart for the rest of them. Wow. I mean, I don't know too much about that. I mean, I've come across it, but I haven't read any of the articles or really anything. It's possible. I mean, when you're up sitting on that, working on a project for 4 years, you got a lot of time. Probably at least 4 years he was worked on that. You got a lot of time to think about things, and you know, it's possible. I have no idea if he did or not, but it wouldn't surprise me. And, you know, so much of Renaissance art, and I mean, we could even go up till today, artists always have little tiny kind of funny little hidden things they're doing, and they're like, yeah, no one's gonna know this. I'm gonna put this little thing in there. Or it might come out as a mistake. You know, maybe he did paint some sort of a brain, you know, all these different parts of the human body in there, and maybe when he stepped down from his ladder, like he might have done it accidentally, and it was like, whoa, that looks like an ear or a brain or a finger. Well, do I like that? Is that too weird? Will anybody notice that? Will anybody notice? Because if anybody notices, I could have my head cut off. Can I live with that? Is that kind of funny or weird? Or does it just look stupid? And so he might have been like, well, let's just finish the painting. Let's do a little more and let's look at it. And then you look at it and think, well, it's barely there now. Now it's almost imperceptible. Yeah, let's leave that. That's kind of funny. That's weird, isn't it? And so I'd probably be leaning more to him as he's doing it, seeing it, and deciding to maybe bring it out just a little bit. It's possible that he as he's composing it, maybe he wanted to. He might have used that imagery as just a compositional device to get started, and then painted it out, and maybe just like a ghost image of that remained. You never know. Artists are weirdos. It hasn't already been. It's not already clear enough with just watching me work on something like this for hour after hour. Lolly says, I love your glazing techniques. You bring things to life in such a short space of time. I adore the way you can make fabric look like this in just a few short minutes. Flat to full of dimension. So satisfying to watch. Thank you, Lolly. That's very sweet. Okay. Let's do... So this is going to be a challenge. Okay. Won't go quite as quickly, nor likely as effectively. Okay, we got this. Okay, I think I'm happy enough. So this is just my warm yellow with a little bit of white in it. So let's start with, where should I paint this? Right here. So I'm mixing a kind of orange. This is going to be just a little bit darker than that. Soften those edges up. Let's go down here to that knee. What is it, Lolly? It says, maybe he didn't think he'd have a bunch of people deeply analyzing his work for centuries. I quite like the idea that he hid images that he thought the rest of us would never recognize. Cheeky. Yeah, I mean, who knows what the future is going to be like 10 years from now, let alone 500 years from now. could he have ever conceived of the technology we have today to be able to photograph? I mean, remember, like, the Sistine Chapel's like, what, probably about like the ceiling's about 3 stories above someone's head standing there looking at it. So when you're standing there looking at it, it's hard to look at even with you got to tilt your head all the way back to look. Would he have ever imagined there'd be such things as a camera that you could take a picture from here, put it on a screen and blow it up and see every little nook and cranny? Probably not. Like, if he ever even thought that was possible, he might have done the whole thing very differently. Because he would have been like, wow, people are going to be looking at this carefully. I got to kind of make sure I get all those details. Whereas there's some part, I mean, it is, not to I don't want to say anything negative about the Sistine Chapel, but, it in places it does look a little bit rushed. And again, he's working on that thing for years. So I'm sure there's probably some hidden stuff in there. How much and what exactly it is probably open to debate and we'll never know, obviously. I mean, Michelangelo did write lots of stuff. He was a great poet. But if there was stuff in there, he would definitely not want to leave any evidence of it, because one, if it was found during his lifetime, that could mean that he could be executed because of it. And if it was found after he died, that might mean they might paint over the whole thing and destroy it. So all that work could be gone, because you never know. I mean, like, you might think, well, they would never do that. Well, they painted clothes on top of all of his figures in the Last Judgment. The big painting on the far wall was all nude. It's a huge, I mean, it's like a gigantic mural on the side. And when he painted it, it was all nude figures, but at some point somebody went and painted clothes on top of all those figures. So it's not and that's after everyone acknowledged that he's a great artist. But still, they felt like, he might have crossed a line by putting so many nude figures in a church, in the seat of the Vatican, no less. So, I think that, I'm sure they did that after he died. But, so you can't put it past them to have preserved that work exactly. So yeah, he probably was like, if I'm gonna do, he might have had some secret thing, but we'll never know exactly what it was, because he would never have dared mention it to anybody or write about it. I mean, some people say that the Mona Lisa is a self-portrait of Leonardo da Vinci in drag. Like, no joke. People, sure, somebody wrote like a graduate thesis, PhD thesis on that very same thing. And is it possible? Sure. Is it likely? I mean, who knows? I mean, it's possible that while Leonardo was working on it, he might have, you know, maybe more likely is that, you know, if he didn't have the model there to work on, and he's still working on it, he might have, well, I'll just set up a mirror and use my own face as reference to get this thing done. That would be, I'm sure that kind of stuff would have happened, so then it obviously would take on some of his facial characteristics. Excuse me, my apologies. Sorry, I'm sure it's loud in the microphone. There's a lot of so many folds here. Excuse me. Well, it says he was super into anatomy, though, right? Saw stuff in his studies that the majority of people would never see or understand. So if you painted a cerebellum or an optic nerve, most regular people wouldn't know anyway. Even now, I wouldn't have ever noticed the possibility until it was pointed out. Well, it says, they painted clothes on them? No way, that's madness. It's like when people paint mustaches and glasses as a joke. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't entirely surprise me. I mean, Michelangelo, oops. You know, the Renaissance is a weird period of time of, you know, people are deeply religious, but there's also a big interest in classical art. Like I said, you know, famously, this large Greek sculpture, probably one of the greatest of all time, was discovered in Rome while, you know, I think it's in Rome, while he's working on this painting. And he probably went to the site where it was found and watched them dig it up. And you know, a lot of Greek art had featured nude figures. So, like, even in this painting, there's all these nude people running around, sitting around in the background, and it's like... So, Michelangelo wouldn't have seen anything wrong with that, because he's like, part of the Renaissance is this rebirth, this re-interest in classical art. What the Greeks and the Romans were doing. And, you know, so because of those, there's a lot of nudes in there. Like, it seemed like if we wanted to match what the great artists in the past were doing, we've got, and let's follow some of the things they were doing, like all these nude stuff. Nudes. But there was a pushback against that very same thing simultaneously. There were some people who were like, that is disgusting, that is gross. And the idea of making a painting featuring all of these nude figures, or a painting like this with these nude figures in behind the Holy Family, is just like, for some people was like, are you kidding me? Is the guy lost his mind? That's heresy. That's the kind of thing you could get executed for. So, I mean, that's one of the, I forgot to mention, one of the other persons sitting at that dinner table with the Medicis. So you have Galileo, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Machiavelli, and Botticelli. And during this time, and I'm sure it's mentioned in that documentary, Godfathers of the Renaissance. During that time, there was this kind of religious figure that emerged, Savonarola, who pointed out, like, he's like, what is wrong with the popes? How have they lost their minds that they're allowing artists to paint nude figures on the walls of the Vatican? And he almost led a revolution to try to topple the Pope, because he was just like, something has to be done about this. This is a violation of everything decent. Michelangelo and Botticelli, they're making, you know, a mockery of us, going into the very seat of you know, to them it would be like, you know, if a Muslim painter went up to the rock in Saudi Arabia and painted portraits of Muhammad all over the wall, like, people would, you know, no matter how beautiful they were, people would lose their minds. And so people did the same thing with Michelangelo. They were, you know, and all of these classical works, and Botticelli's. And Botticelli, he had this sort of reawakening, you know, like he was reborn, like, you know, some Christians are, and he destroyed so many of his works because Savonarola convinced him that what he was doing was heretical. And it was like, so he's like, oh my goodness, I realized the error of my ways. I got to destroy all this horrible stuff I've been making for the past decade. Okay, let's take some warm red. How do I want to resolve this? Because I've kind of... deviated from the original here. There's just too many folds in there to try to do, so at some point you're going to draw a line there and just be like, okay, that's good enough. Wally says, I will definitely be looking for that documentary now. Crazy times, huh? That peach rose gold colored fabric, by the way, looks amazing. You couldn't have got it any more perfect. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Lolly. Well, a big part of like painting this type of stuff is just patience. It's really all it is just looking carefully at the original and just trying to get, you know, put the darks where the darks go and the lights where the lights go. And it just requires a lot of focus and concentration. I mean, easier said than done, but you know, and it, you know, I've obviously been doing this for a little while. But it really is just being able to focus for a long period of time and observe things. Because often, like, I remember when I was younger, I would try it. It's. I think as I get older, I have more patience. When I was younger, though, like, to do this kind of thing was just like mind-numbing. And I'd want to cut corners as quickly as possible, just get it over with. But if you just spend a little bit of that time doing it, it really produces pretty cool results. But that's the thing, is you gotta, like, just buckle down and do it. And definitely some parts will look better than others. And, you know, when I'm doing this, I'm also, you know, I'm always running into the likelihood that, you know, I'm kind of fudging the details a little bit. That, you know, it might all kind of fall apart. So let's blow dry that. I want to go back in here and darken it. So let's take a bit of brown and bring it into this red. I'm gonna clean some brushes real quick. This really dark blackish red. Okay, gotta move on from this fabric. It's gonna be here. I mean, I said I was gonna be here late, so I'm not surprised, but. Just looking at the time, though, it's like, wow. I still have a long ways to go. I should probably move on from that. Let's just... Okay. Let's do the green fabric next. Okay, take our warm yellow, a bit of warm blue. So previously I painted a kind of cool bright green underneath this. Now I'm putting this warmer grassy green over top. Again, just adds a little bit more volume. So just more blue. So give it a much darker green. I do just have to quickly blow dry this though. Okay, now I need to go the other way. Let's take some warm yellow. Let's go to the other side first. Excuse me. There's, you know what, it's just, okay, let's go. Oh, I still have probably minimum 2 hours to go on this. My goodness. I knew this one would take me a time, but my goodness, did I expect I'd be looking at, it's like 11 o'clock at night here, began 7 hours ago. And I still probably won't be done until 1 or 2 in the morning. Okay, let's do her. Let's blow dry this. I think I'm just going to run and grab a bowl of cereal or something here. I need a little bit of energy. So give me 1 minute. a little bit of some vitamins, some calories, carbs. Okay, so I just mixed this pink again. Just for the sake of speed, I'm going to put this all over Ay, 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 ay. Okay, let's go blow dry that. So obviously I'm just making a whole bunch of stuff up here as I go along. But, for the sake of just getting it done. Those were, my finger actually made these little stamps on there, but rather than try to wipe it off, I'm just going to run with it. A little Bob Ross happy accident. It's like the fold saying, I want to put a fold there. Okay, well, let's put a fold there then. You get a fold, you get a fold. Everyone in the studio audience goes home with a fold tonight. Yay! let's put some... You know, if I was doing like an impressionist painting, I would take some blue and make a bit of a purple in my shadows. But that's not how artists back in the day worked. So we're just going to take some black and use black to reduce the opacity here. I mean, it does go a little bit purple because there's the way that I made my black. So the darker the fold, The darker the shadow in the fold, that means the deeper the fold is, the bigger the wrinkle, right? The more that light is sort of sucked into that hole. So, you know, versus the less shadow, the kind of just the more delicate and subtle the fold, the more it's just sort of like a little wrinkle as opposed to full-on fold. Ah, there's Barbara says, "Good morning, Michael," and all looks like I missed a stunning creation. Oh my. Yeah, you haven't missed anything because I'm still gonna be here probably for 2 or 3 more hours, so there's still a long way to go. But getting there ever so slowly. Ever getting there. I was also planning on doing another one tomorrow morning at 9, but I don't know if that's going to be happening after all. We'll see what time I finish this at. Wally, you're too kind. There's still so much work to be done. Let's reserve your praise until I get a little bit further on here. Wish I've totally missed this bit of fabric at the bottom, darn it. Okay. Very sweet. Well, in no way, I won't reserve any praise. You'll smash it like you always do. I have 100% faith in that fact. Nothing else in the world is guaranteed, but I know your painting will rock. Barbara says, is Pascal still around? I wanted to say how great it is to see his home gallery. He posted a video on the Facebook. Beautiful paintings. I think Pascal's probably long ago fell asleep. Yeah. There's, I think I lost everybody probably about 4 hours ago. Yeah, it's bed, like you said, well, bedtime for most people. Okay. Whew. Let's do the fabric down here. Slowly crossing one little thing after another. Oh. Okay, where can we do this? So we'll do this right here. So we'll take our warm blue, which I kind of feel like I want to go over this here. Where can I do that? Let's take our warm blue. We'll take a little bit of white, put that in there, and then take a bit of our black and put that in there so that we get a bit of a grayish warm blue. Because if we just put that warm blue on there, it's just going to be too intense. So adding a little bit of gray to it is just going to take some of the intensity of that color down. Oh my goodness, another one of these crazy... Now this has got even more folds than any of the other things I've done thus far, so... Welcome to about another hour and a half of my life. Most of my lines are gone as well, so once again I'll be kind of making things up a bit. Yeah, this might be a record for the longest painting I've done. I'm sure it will be, probably, but because I still got probably, like, I haven't touched really the faces in 6 hours, and that's gonna take probably an hour and a half if I'm going fast. So yeah, there's still time to run here. I think about 8.5 hours was the longest one. I think that was my Diego Rivera painting. So if I can get this in under 10 hours, that would be 10 hours, my goodness. Visual Learning says, thanks. I like how he blends the shadows. I usually just watch the stream, pick up tips and techniques. Thanks for saying so. I appreciate that. Okay, let's blow dry that. Barbara says, Lola says, I'm wondering if we may see our first fall asleep on screen today. Right, Mike, it's possible. It is possible. I do feel like I've grown a 5 o'clock shadow since I began. I feel like my whole body feels paler, like okay. Let's take more of this black. This time I won't put any gray in there. know what? Maybe I'm gonna glaze with a little bit of my just blue, my warm blue. So I'm just kind of glazing with a little bit of just my warm blue. Let's go back into... Actually, I should blow dry all that. Oh, well, he finally went to bed. Visual learner says later. Surprised people stuck around for so long. Oh my goodness. Okay. See, this is where I'm probably, a little bit tired and not paying as close attention as maybe I should be, and this is looking a little flat. let's go the opposite direction. Oh man. I'm using, Barbara says, Michael, are you using satin glaze medium or matte medium? I'm using a satin glaze medium. Almost exclusive. If you can pretty much guarantee if I'm using a medium after the first 45 minutes, I'm using glazing fluid. Matte medium is helpful maybe at the beginning stages of a painting, and then after that, I mean, depending on the painting I'm making, obviously, but most of the time, especially paintings like this that require lots of layers, glazing fluid hands down. Matte medium dries very quickly, so unless I want something to dry really quickly, I want to use glazing fluid, because glazing fluid has chemicals that slow the drying time down. So in this instance, I want as much open time, wet paint as possible, so I can blend things around a little bit. Barbara also says, Michael, I was thinking about why people can't find the Dropbox. It's hidden from view below the screen. Viewers must tap on more to reveal further text. Yeah, so that's the video description below, and you have to click on that to see more stuff, and that's where all the information is. So when I say click, in the video description below, that's, yeah, totally. You have to click. I mean, gosh, if people, I don't know. Yeah. I guess it's possible. It seems fairly straightforward to me that you see the video description, and then it usually doesn't display the full text, so you have to click more to even see. I think maybe half a sentence will display there. So yeah, definitely. But yeah, so if people can't find it, that's I think there's probably. So that just looks like a blob. It doesn't have much definition. So I need to add some highlights back into this. So let's take our white and warm blue. There's Pascaline. Good morning, Pascaline. Good morning, Eula. I'm still painting away here. All night long here. I knew this was going to be a long one. So, I'm not at all surprised, but it's still, when you're working on a painting for this long, it does push one's boundaries of sanity for sure. Jason says, is this live right now? It's 2 a.m. here. This is great. Yeah, it is. It's live. Yep, been here all night. Definitely still going. Still going. Jason just says, I just finished all 40 episodes of the basic drawing class. I loved it. I've never drawn anything before that class. Now I feel like something is missing in my life. Maybe paint is the answer. Maybe it's time to go buy some paints and you can paint along with me. Maybe not for almost 9 straight hours, but you could certainly embark on that. But that's a huge accomplishment. Congratulations. Being able to get through all those episodes. That's awesome. Congratulations. Wow. Takes a lot of commitment to be able to do that whole thing all by yourself too, so no small feat. So, when I look at this on camera, it looks kind of patchy. I mean, it's possible that when this is all done, it'll look like that. But in person, it doesn't look quite so much like that. It looks... it looks better in person. Something's not working here. Got a lot more lines kind of. Okay, I think I gotta move on from that fabric before it makes me absolutely insane. Jason says, thank you for the content. It literally changed my life. I've become obsessed with making art. That's so cool. Wow. Thank you. Wow. That's awesome. That makes me so happy that you've become obsessed with creating. Wow. That's cool. Totally made my day. Wow. That's cool. Very neat. Wow. Very cool. Obsessed with making art. I love that. I was gonna move on. I just look at this and it's kind of confusing, so I need to clarify this a little bit. Regardless of what the original is doing, because mine has already changed so much. It's you're thinking there's one knee and the other knee is under here. So, things are a little bit different in both of these, but I feel like that's better. That's an improvement over what was previously, what I did there previously. I'm not saying I've improved over Michelangelo, just obviously I had to omit maybe at least a third of the folds here, just because of the scale of my version here, which is 1/4, 25% the size of the original. So there's just, it's overwhelming the amount of folds. And I might have omitted some ones that were maybe more important and put ones in there instead that maybe were less important, that weren't holding as much water. That's better. I think also a shadow underneath, when I do that here shortly, that's also going to make a huge difference. It's really going to ground these figures. I haven't even zoomed out in a while here, so let's just... Painting is warping a little bit. So much heating going on. Or no, that's the table getting kind of warped. Okay. Looks like I could still add more white onto her shirt there as well. But I think I'm not gonna spend too much more time there. I think I should do that book before too long here. So that book... What color is that? It's kind of like a orange, peachy color. Use some of these colors that have just been sitting here this whole time. Rather than mixing new colors, if I can get away with it. Definitely looks like it's a little bit darker, obviously, right? Ah. So there's a couple of layers with a little bit of white in it. Okay, still got a little bit of work to do. I want to go back to the grass in the foreground. I think right now I want to do a little bit of that, add some shadows underneath the figures on the ground to ground them. And then we're going to work on the rest, you know, the skin, basically, and the hair. And, Lord, let's hope that's it. Oh, goodness. Okay. So let's zoom back out. I think I want to do a little bit of glazing with green. Let's take some glazing fluid, a little bit of warm blue, a little bit of, you can see all this paint is just drying up here. I really should have done this much earlier, before even putting any of these plants in. What I'm doing, very subtle little striations of, so emphasize the flatness of this plane, break up the verticality, like everything's just very flat here, or it's kind of unclear what this space is. So I'm kind of just putting some horizontal lines. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. Okay, let's blow dry. Okay. Let's glaze with a little bit of black. So what we want to do is put in some shadows here. Okay. That helps. I think what I should do is move on to the figures. And then if I'm still standing after a little while, I'll do the, you know, like little clover and the grass. And I mean, as it stands now, I think I could probably walk away from the grass without feeling too bad. I'm just gonna make myself a little bit more tea. So come right back. SK Evil Wolf says, "Hello, Michael. I've been following your basic drawing classes for the last few weeks. Currently on class number 22. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for your exceptional online drawing classes." Wow. "Your guidance allowed me to overcome my fears and explore my creativity. Thank you for being an incredible instructor." Wow, that's so cool. Thank you for saying so. Wow. That's really cool to have someone write that. Oh my goodness, thank you. Wow, I don't know what to say, except I'm honored. That's very cool. Wow. Sorry, I should just... Okay, coming back to the foreground for a third time. Let's work on the skin of our three figures, the Holy Family here. And ideally get that done. Let's see. How long do you think this will take me? I'm going to set a timer for an hour and a half. Which will take me to, like, what, 3:30 in the morning? What time is it right now? Almost 2. Yeah, 3:30 in the morning. I should be done by 3:30 a.m. Because that's almost 12, 11 and a half. Yeah, 3:30 would be 11 and a half hours. My goodness. Okay, so I'll just say that again. Okay, so now that I've got pretty much most of the things locked in, let's go to the skin of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus, baby Jesus here. And ideally wrap this painting up. So, there's the original. Eula says, this is the longest, is this the longest session yet? I've only seen 8-hour ones, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is, so far, I think at this point, I think we're probably past the record, and I still got a little ways to go, but we're getting there. We're getting there ever so slowly. Now I gotta mix a new skin tone. Problem is I've got this palette is just covered with paint, so I haven't sometimes washed my palette at this moment just to clean it up. I might actually do this on a separate surface here. It's a little bit darker than I was planning on. Okay. So, let's see, where should we start? You know, one has to wonder how someone like Michelangelo could have painted a child like this so effectively when, you know, I think it was last episode we were just talking about, you know, the difficulty of drawing kids and how a lot of paintings of children, they often look way older than they actually are, partly because often what artists would do would be, you know, because kids have a hard time sitting still. I say that as a father of a 4-year-old. So they would sometimes draw older kids and then just sort of de-age them a little bit. But you gotta wonder... Now, this is entirely speculation, but do you think it's possible someone like Michelangelo, like his friend and mentor Leonardo, were into... You know, Leonardo was into dissecting human corpses in order to study their anatomy. I wonder if Michelangelo might have studied from, you know, a corpse of a dead baby or dead child in order to get some of these details. I don't know, just thinking out loud. I mean, I think if Michelangelo had wanted that, it would have been available to him. You know, especially by the time he's now working with the Pope. If he said he wanted to draw some dead children in order to more effectively paint something, I'm sure he ask and thou shalt receive. Barbara says, "Whoa, that's a bit dark there, Michael." But yes, I wondered that as well. Jason says, "I'm sure this has been answered many times, but are there any plans for future intermediate, more advanced drawing classes?" People have asked, and I don't mind answering questions multiple times, because I don't expect people to watch these episodes all the way through. I do plan to do some more drawing classes, but they probably won't be in the immediate future. Probably wouldn't be until next year, quite frankly. Eula says, lovely having my morning coffee with you guys. Now it's time to get studying. Have fun with the last bit. Thanks, Eula. Jason says, have you ever worked with pastels at all? They seem easier than this. It depends. I mean, gosh, I personally, I would say pastels are way harder than paint because, well, it depends if it's oil pastels. I think are pretty hard. Chalk pastels, not. I mean, I think for just me personally, would be easier. But it's like I always say, like, I think watercolor is by far the most difficult art medium to use. And the irony is that most people, it's often one of the very first things that people ever try. I think it's like it's the least forgiving material that you could possibly ever use. Whereas acrylic paint is probably the most forgiving. That and maybe just pencil on paper. I mean, every material has its strengths and weaknesses and things that make it easier or more difficult. I think whatever you do, you kind of have to pick one and just use it for a while and to kind of fully grasp it. Kind of bouncing around from one to another works once you've sort of got a really solid handle on one of them, and then you feel like you want to branch out and just get a fresh air and try something different. It's also sort of like I guess the question would be also like, why would you want to be doing something that's easy anyway, I guess. Like, going to McDonald's is easy, but it's not particularly satisfying way of feeding yourself, right? Versus learning how to cook is much more difficult, but ultimately much more satisfying. do a little bit of his beard. Let's take some white and warm yellow. Do I have any black left? Jason says, touche. I suppose more forgiving would have been a better choice of phrase. I don't think any of it would actually be easy. The challenge of creating is half the fun. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, it's a fair question to ask what is more complex or difficult. But I don't think there's necessarily one medium. Like, if there was an art medium that was really, really easy, probably everybody would be doing it, because it would be just like, you know, you'd have to be a fool not to at least try it, right? I mean, I suppose you could say drawing is the easiest because it requires so few extra materials to get started. You can just find a pencil on the sidewalk and some scrap paper in the garbage and start drawing. So in that instance, like, I suppose you could say drawing is the easiest. But as someone who's just been doing the drawing course, you can attest that, you know, it can get infinitely complex. You know, you can make it as easy or difficult on yourself as you want. Like doing this. I mean, I've done some episodes that are like an hour and 15 minutes long. This happens to be 10 hours long, right? So, and I wouldn't even say that this is really difficult. It's just time consuming. That's the thing, right? So, I mean, it might look difficult, but it's just applying basic principles, basic techniques, and just spending time putting it all together and just doing it. So that's probably another, you know, way of thinking about it. It's like just what takes, well, I don't even know it. Yeah, it's so hard to say. I think it you just have to try a whole bunch of different things, and like I bet you if you asked a sushi chef, you know, someone who's been doing cooking sushi for 40 years, and you ask them to cook pasta, they'd be like, I have no idea how to do that. That looks like the most difficult thing on earth. And then you talk to a pasta chef, and you ask them to make some sashimi, and they'd be like, I don't know, that's like, looks like the hardest thing in the world. I can't even imagine. Right? So, yeah. Okay, let's come back to the... Yeah, in terms of like are pastels more forgiving in paint? I would say, again, acrylic is probably the most forgiving art material. Oops. Because if you don't like what you've done, you just put a little bit of white paint over it, and boom, problem gone. Versus pastel, chalk pastel, I suppose you could kind of brush it away, erase it, But that pastel's not going to be very happy. It's going to probably leave some residue. Like, for me, these episodes are, it's sort of like doing, like what I'm doing right now is like basically putting myself into like the most uncomfortable situation I can imagine and doing it in front of a whole bunch of other people and trying to see if I can pull it off. And sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't, but the more and more I do, the odds of me doing it just keep increasing. And that is, for me, like, super satisfying. Like, I probably wouldn't have bothered, I wouldn't even have attempted this painting, like, a couple of years ago. I would have been like, you kidding me? Like, it's going to take me forever, and the likelihood of me being successful is close to zero. But each one of these classes, I slowly build more and more confidence, more and more technical skills. And while I don't think this is going to be a masterpiece, I think, you know, it's shaping up well. I shouldn't get too ahead of myself, but like, you know, I'm like, oh, you know, I could kind of see it happening, and so that's pretty satisfying, being able to kind of prove to myself that I can do something. It's like the same reason people go climb a mountain or something, you know. It's like, in so many ways, it's just like the most crazy thing possible that you could do, and yet doing it is, you know, super empowering, I suppose. I mean, I've never climbed a mountain. Jason says, I suppose I was basing that on, it seems some of the skills I learned in the drawing class could be translated to pastels, where acrylics look so foreign, but I also know nothing about anything. That's true. I see what you're saying. That's, yeah, I suppose, like, pastels are, yeah, those are, again, it's a tricky medium. It's something I've never really invested. I mean, when I was in college, we had to do stuff with pastels, and I did it. Probably didn't do too much on my own because it's so messy. Oil and chalk pastels are pretty, they just get all over the place. So, you know, as an art student, I was, well, started living at home, and then I was living with friends, and, you know, probably didn't even bother trying to do oil or any kind of pastels at home because I just knew it would be a disaster. And probably would not make family or roommates happy with me. Okay, forgot these feet. Okay, so while I'm doing all this, let's go to these feet so I've got all this paint here and I'm not mixing up a separate color 20 minutes from now. I mean, I would say, like, if you wanted to do something that was, like, obviously the closest thing to drawing would be drawing on a tablet as opposed to drawing on paper. Right? Because, I mean, it's different, but drawing on, like, an iPad or Cintiq tablet or anything like that, and that would be probably the closest thing to drawing. You know, like when I was in college, I studied my undergraduate major was in drawing. And so, I mean, I think of myself as a drawer first and foremost. And you'll hear, like, painters, like, people who paint might say, like, I draw with paint or something like that. Like, people will talk about the difference between Picasso and Matisse, in that Picasso was a great draftsman, so he kind of drew with paint, whereas Matisse was like a painter's painter. And that he was all about color, whereas Picasso was all about line. Man, I was gonna do a Donatello painting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That's not gonna happen though. Is there something else I could do? Like if I slept in... It might be worth just taking the day off. I gotta teach in the evening, so... This painting is pretty hard to fudge to try to just get it done quickly. It's you know, so it's kind of one of these things, like I'm kind of committed to a certain level of finish here. You know, once you get 10 hours into a painting, you're kind of like, I gotta see this stupid thing through to the bitter end. Jason says, you had me at messy. Acrylics will be my next foray into a new medium, and I know where to find a few hundred great videos on the topic. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't want to discourage you from trying a different medium. All I can say is that just from my own personal experience, what I prefer doing over another medium. And if you feel like, since you brought up pastels, it'd probably be worth experimenting with it a little bit. I mean, they're cheap. I mean, you can get a set of pastels for 10, 15 bucks, and you'll probably have it for the rest of your life anyway, even if you use it a lot. They tend to kind of hang around forever. So you can see like all of this kind of layering and stuff that I'm doing. I mean, Michelangelo would have done this over and over and over and over for months. Especially because oil paints take so much longer to dry. So, while my painting certainly isn't anywhere near the quality of his, you know, I can do work a lot faster. Just the materials allow me to work much faster than good old Uncle Michelangelo here. I'm going to take a bit of warm red, bring that in here, in order to get, actually, I should blow dry this here. Taking this warm red. Lolly says, "Oh my God, still going, Michael." Lolly, yeah, the never-ending painting. Barbara says, "Lolly, I think we need to watch this as a relay team. I'm passing the baton while I have brunch." Jason says, "I know you mentioned Matisse was an inspiration of yours. Who are some other of your favorite artists?" I feel like we're friends. We've spent hundreds of hours together. Totally. Well, all of these artists we've been doing, all 350 or so episodes. Those are gives you an idea who some of my favorite artists are. Gosh, who would be amongst that? Would be my favorites. Good question. Well, Michelangelo here is definitely somebody I was really into as a kid. I remember my parents had books. I was named after Michelangelo. My middle name's David, so Michelangelo's David was, I think there's probably was conceived or something after, while my parents were on vacation in Italy. And but I mean, when I was growing up, my parents had these like big art books, and I would flip through them and draw from them. So, yeah, I'd probably say it's like Leonardo and Michelangelo, Matisse, Picasso, kind of all the standard, Van Gogh, Frida Kahlo, Diego Rivera. I was really into pop art, Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein. I was really big into Marcel Duchamp for a while when I was in college. I really got into Jackson Pollock when I was a student in New York, when there was his retrospective. That really changed my thinking about Pollock. Because I hadn't really... wasn't really a Jackson Pollock fan until I kind of saw his whole... There was a retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City in the late 90s, I guess. Okay. Somewhere around then. When I was a student at Cooper Union in New York City. And that just blew my mind. I was not a fan of Jackson Pollock until I saw that exhibition. But that exhibition probably sent me on a bit of a quest. Kind of probably altered part of the course of my life, because I just fell in love with his work. Once I saw how his work grew out of, like how his famous abstract drip paintings grew out of a long, lifelong kind of research or progress. It all clicked and made sense. Like, oh, like for many artists, abstract painting was something that they arrived at after decades of journeying, right? It wasn't just something they just dreamed up and threw out there to kind of as a joke on the public kind of thing, which is what I think some people believe. I'm just going to blow dry this. Lisa says, wow, Michael, you're still going. I give you kudos. Thank you. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to do some hair here. mean, another amazing thing about this is look at how he's painted the beard of Joseph here. How soft that is. I mean, Lisa says, "Well, I'm getting ready for work and I just want to see the final painting. I never dreamed you'd still be painting. What a lovely job." You guys are sweet. Okay. is slightly on the greenish side of things. Okay, we're gonna launch into the final home stretch here. I could still paint on this painting for a week and it still wouldn't be completely finished, but you know, we're going on 11 hours on this episode. So I want to wrap up ideally before we hit the 12-hour mark. So I'm going to start doing a little bit of outlining on the eyes and stuff, so that we can get close to wrapping up here. So I just mixed up a black. I'm going to take this black and Okay, there's my hour-and-a-half timer, and I was hoping to be done in an hour and a half, so looks like we're gonna go right to about 12 hours to get this one done. It's 12 hours is 35 minutes away. Sometimes just clean that brush really helps. Well, he says you're giving up before 12 hours? What do you mean? Surely you want to go for another 12. Jason says some of us don't get off work for another 2 hours. Just saying. Jason asks, do you have any wild art stories, like you used to do graffiti in New York subways or something? Well, he says he went to the North Pole to make art, and on a fighter jet. Michael has a bunch of cool stories that keep begging him to do a master study episode of his own work, but he's way too modest. Cool stories. I didn't do graffiti in the New York subways. My brain is close to dead. So trying to think of entertaining, interesting stories. That's pushing my cognitive limit here. It's a good question, but New York stories. What's a story I could tell about living in New York? Gosh. At this point, I don't know if I can tell stories and paint simultaneously. Well, he says, where did you go to art school? Well, I went to art school at started at the Alberta College of Art in Calgary, Canada. Actually, let me blow dry this here. I went to the Alberta College of Art in Calgary. And then I went to Cooper Union in New York City. And then the Royal College in London, England. And then the Art Center in Los Angeles. Let me see. New York art school story. I suppose I had tons of them because I was basically living in abject poverty when I was in New York, living in the right across the street from the Chelsea Hotel at the 23rd Street YMCA, which I believe they've totally renovated, and I think it's probably really expensive to stay there now. But when I was living there, it was like, it was pretty rough. The first night I got there, I basically put all my, I got into my room. It was, it was like I'd never been in a. It's basically what we call like here in Vancouver an SRO, single res. What is it? Single resident occupancy or something. So it's like basically a bed and a window and a television bolted to the wall, and the washroom is a shared washroom down the hall. And when I got in the elevator, I was like, how old was I? 19 years old or something. All these like older, big, tough guys, probably all had crazy drug problems and stuff, were eyeing me up and down, thinking about, taking me for my suitcase and everything I owned. It was probably a pretty easy mark, pie-eyed kid from the suburbs. And so I just went into my tiny little room, stayed in there, terrified to even just leave the room, even to go to the bathroom. But there was no phone in my bedroom, so I was like, "Oh my goodness!" All I could think about was, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna call my parents, tell them I'm coming home, because there's no way on earth I'm gonna be able to spend the next, like, I don't know, 6 months, year living in this dump. But, and so eventually I got up the courage to, because this is a few years ago. This is before smartphones and cell phones and all that kind of stuff. So finally got the courage to leave the safety of the room to go outside to find a payphone. And every payphone in the neighborhood was smashed up and broken. Now, so this is Chelsea. Now Chelsea's like a gorgeous, rich person's neighborhood. Everything's been renovated, and it's expensive and beautiful. At the time, Chelsea was like a pretty rough neighborhood. And just taking my brown. I don't want something so black for his features here. So I finally got up the courage to leave the apartment, or the apartment, I wish, the room, go outside looking for a payphone. Of course, like every payphone was smashed up. And it turned out there was like a comic book shop, like kind of a few blocks away. So I went into the comic shop, and I was really big into comic books at the time. So kind of hung out in there. And while I was in the comic shop, this guy looking at comics next to me collapsed onto the floor, just flopped down. Which obviously was alarming. And the owner was like, "Okay, everyone get out." And I was like, you know, how do we help him? He's like, "I'll call the police. Don't touch him. Don't touch him." Like he was worried about getting sued or something. So I was like, oh my goodness, people are just so, like, not even going to help this poor guy on the ground. He just wants to kick everyone out. Like, what is he going to, maybe he's going to chop this guy up and make sausages with him or something. I don't know what's going on here. So that was also kind of scary. And basically, long story short, is after looking around for a payphone, finally found one. By the time I finally found one, I'd sort of relaxed enough to kind of no longer be so fearful. And I did call my parents, but I didn't tell them I wanted to leave. I'd kind of started to kind of get the vibe a little bit, and so man, living in New York was fun, but it was also tough because I was like 19 years old. I wasn't old enough to do anything. Couldn't get into any bars. I couldn't, not that I wanted to go to a bar, but, you know, I couldn't go to, like, concerts and stuff. Because, you know, back in Canada, the drinking, well, in my home province of Alberta was, 18? But in the States, it's 21, so I found it really hard I couldn't do much. I was pretty, I mean, I did, I made myself a fake ID using the photocopier at the Kinko's, and I did buy myself a beer a couple times, and I did sneak into a couple bars. But I was so terrified about just being totally humiliated by bartenders, and I looked young too, so, you know, I was just afraid of, I don't know what could happen. Like, if I got busted, would they kick me out of the country? Would I get kicked out of school? I don't know. So, when I was in New York, I spent most of my time going to movies at the Museum of Modern Art, because with my student ID, I got into the Museum of Modern Art for free, and they have Museum of Modern Art has probably one of the best film collections in the world, and so I would go see great movies almost every night. because I was also thinking about maybe becoming a filmmaker at one point, so I went and saw just tons and tons of movies, and went to Film Forum like all the time, which is another great kind of independent cinema, probably the best one in the world, to be frank. I remember watching this film noir series at Film Forum. It just blew my mind. This beard. I'm trying to get Joseph's beard. Everything else looks so much better, but he looks pretty stiff. Alexa, did you go to art school in the UK at some point? I feel like you had stories about that one. I did go to school, yeah, at the Royal College in London. Jason said, I'm going to pretend you almost burnt down your apartment trying to make your own charcoal. Which city was the best, most fun, exciting for you as an artist? It just depends on the. I mean, I loved New York when I was there, but it was also like I said, it was also kind of a tough time because I didn't have a lot of money, so I didn't do a lot of things. It was kind of depressing because every band I ever wanted to see was playing like every night, and I even if I was old enough to get into some of those places, I wouldn't have been able to afford it to buy tickets to those things. So I really just spent most of my time watching movies and drawing in my little room. I was trying to copy the phone book with carbon paper into a notepad. I only got about 3 pages in, and I'm like, this is the stupidest idea I've ever had. What was I thinking? I mean, I loved being in Los Angeles. By the time I left, and when I think I was in my early 30s when I came back to Canada, I was ready for a change. I'd spent my entire 20s living in Los Angeles, and it's kind of wanted to slow down a little bit. Ah. Okay, I should probably blow dry that. Awesome. I love you guys are telling stories about each other. That's awesome. Or your own histories. Almost there's right, Barbara. Almost.